Hey everyone, welcome back to another Serpens live stream. Today I have another Serpens user from the Discord. His name is Kurt, and Kurt has an add-on that he's been coding using Python scripts, and he'd like to actually convert it into Node code because he enjoys using Serpens, and he wants to learn how to use Serpens more. So we're gonna have Kurt introduce his add-on real quick, and then we'll jump right into walking him through building the add-on step by step. So, all right, Kurt, the floor is yours.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I'm just developing an add-on using the mirror modifier. I wanted to have an object mirrored uh, with the help of a plane. That it's already, when it's mirrored, it's a separate object. Um, because now with the mirror modifier, you have, okay, you apply the mirror modifier, and then you have, okay, it's Y, oh no, it's Z, oh no, it's X, and I wanted something to have friendly usable for the people. So I will show you what I have now so far. I just have a button. Now it's just for the right plane. It adds a plane, and then when you move your plane, you have the object already like before with the mirror modifier. You can rotate your mirror, your plane, and once you hit the apply button, you have two separate objects. So that's a little bit what I wanted to show.
Yeah, so it's basically an improvement on the mirror modifier, the way Kurt likes to use it, and I'm going to be adding in a mirror object that we mirror against, and the plane will be, we call it the Y plane because it will slide along the Y axis, and everything will mirror across that plane. But you can rotate the plane, do a couple things with it, and then apply it, and it will make the objects become separate objects once it's applied. And so we're basically going to be creating our own operator and some functionality that's borrowed from Blender, but we'll be doing some of our own custom functionality as well. So that's the perfect time to make an operator for this and to move this into code form on the Serpens graphs. And you'll have to forgive both Kurt and I. Kurt's on the other side of the world, and so the connection's not the best. So we may have to repeat ourselves every now and then. But otherwise, we're going to jump right in, and to make sure we have good quality for the recording, we'll be sharing my screen. I'll bring this video over here to my other window, and then we'll get started on my Blender workspace. So I've got a Suzanne object just like Kurt had in his stream, and what we need to do is we need to first store this object so that we can use it. And from there, we're going to add in the mirror plane, and we need to rotate that plane. So I'll just do a couple of the operations that we need to do based on how we planned this out earlier. So you'll bring in a plane. You're going to rotate it on the x-axis by 90 degrees. We can scale it up 3 times just to make it fairly visible. And then we want the object to have a modifier that's added to it. And we'll add in the mirror modifier. We need to set the axis to Z, and then we set the mirror object to become the mirror plane. And for the most part, that's the basis of the add-on. And then as you rotate the plane, be rotating with your mirror. Now we got a couple of the things, like we're going to try to bring in the clipping property on the modifier. And we want a couple of UI elements to be using when we select the plane or other objects versus selecting our object that's mirrored. We want the ability to only have the apply button on the mirrored object. We're going to go ahead and try to recreate this functionality. And the best way to make simple add-ons is actually to talk yourself through this process. Do it manually yourself. And once you figured out a good workflow manually, you can start working out how to do it with your add-on. So we got a decent workflow here. There's always improvements can be made, but let's go ahead and at least try to get this part working. And then we've got access to Kurt's code on the side where we can reference it to look at something that we want to add in. We can reference the Python code and turn that into node code if we want. So we'll hop right in. You ready, Kurt?
Let's go.
All right, so we're gonna go to the Serpens workspace, and if you don't have Serpens installed, you can install it. Just download the add-on, go to your install, find your install, and then I've got beta testing on Serpens, so I use previews. But you'll install the add-on, or you can grab the official copy, which is the 3.1.1. Click on install and enable it, and once it's enabled, you can go to I typically grab my scripting workspace and then just duplicate it. If you don't have a scripting workspace, you can come over and just add in a general workspace, and it'll be a scripting workspace. Let's see, add workspace, general. There we go, scripting. And I just changed the workspace here to be the visual scripting editor. And you'll just click on new to make a new add-on. So the first thing we need, Kurt had a panel, so we can start building out the basics of our UI. And on our end panel here, we'll just call this add mirror for our graph. And we're only focusing on the Y mirror, so we'll do the graph just for the Y. And then on the add-on, we'll give it a name. And make sure you fill out your author name. And then we're ready to get started coding. So I can hide the end panel. And let's go ahead and go to our interface, and we'll add in a panel node. And Kurt had this working in the 3D viewport, so it comes default with View 3D. But if you accidentally had a panel and it was showing up somewhere else, like in Serpens, you can reselect it by hitting the N key, clicking on the eyedropper icon, and coming up to select View 3D. And now we've got this new category panel, and we can start coding on that panel. So what do we want the panel to be called, Kurt?
Previously saying, have I mentioned the just to add Y mirror plane?
Okay, so add Y mirror plane. So you can give it this is the
Or oh, yeah, sorry, maybe just for the category mirror copy. That's maybe it's best, yeah.
yeah, mirror copy. So yeah, so typically
Yeah,
for your end panel, we want to use short, concise wording because
yeah,
this panel fills up fast. So that's good,
yes.
yeah. Mirror copy. And then we're going to add in definitely a button. So interface and button node. And our button, if we don't have a mirror on the object, we want to show this button. So in order to show and hide, we can use if-else nodes. So Shift A, add menu, and let me turn on my screencast keys here. And I'll turn on, let's save our file before we get going too far. I'll just copy in this name here, add mirror plane. And if you have autosave, now's a good time to turn it on. Because
Yeah,
we do get crashes
always.
every now and then, right? Whenever you're coding, make sure you save always. Okay, so on our button, we're going to do add Y mirror plane. We can get rid of maybe the label will just be Y mirror plane.
Yes.
There we go. We can probably do mirror icon just for fun. And
Yeah, I used custom icons, but yeah,
Yeah, so for custom
for
icons,
now.
we can load in a custom icon if we wanted. If you don't want the Blender default icons, all you have to do is bring in an interface. I believe the icon node is, there's icon gallery. Actually, it might be in, let's see, where are the icons at?
I just put the icon.
Yeah, I like searching, but sometimes it's good to find it too. Input, there we go, input icon. And you can load in an image if you want, or you can get an image from a path. So if you have the icon that's a custom icon, you can totally do that. So, I mean, for me, we'll just play since I have some icons. We'll do a blanchsb icon just for fun. Oh, not that one. Let's do a little better one. There we go. And we want this button to hide when you already have a mirror applied. And so I'm going to bring my workspace out just a little bit so I can have both the outliner and the properties viewable. So if we have a mirror modifier, we want to hide this button. So we'll make sure we put in an if-else node. And so Shift A, under interface, we have an if-else. And we plop that right in here. So if the condition is true, we'll show the button. If it's false, we won't. And we need to set our condition now. So how do we get the information about this modifier? This is where we would start making use of the Blender data browser. So I'll split this workspace up just a little bit. And I like to change this over to the preferences so I can have access to my Blend data browser. And we want to be concerned with this object. And whatever you have selected is considered your active object. So if the active object has this mirror modifier, then we want to hide the add button because we don't want to add it again.
Correct.
So in order to get the active object, there are a couple ways to do that. For the Blend data browser, you can right-click somewhere in your viewport. So I'm just going to select my object, get the right-click context menu, and then I'm just going to right-click on any one of these items in the menu, and I can copy context. And that will set this context here to the View 3D window, and you have the active object. Let's bring this out a little bit. Active object pointer. So you can get it that way, and then you Shift V.
Oh, yeah.
You can totally get it that way. There's also an objects node, and that has an active object output as well. So we'll just use the objects node if we need to access the active object. We probably should only worry about showing this if there is an active object in the first place. So we'll use the objects node and set it to active object. So if active object, we'll do it. If not, we don't want to show it. So if I were to, let's just say I were to delete this Suzanne, I'm not going to show the information because there is no active object. That's just good coding practice. Don't try to add something when you don't have anything selected. So we'll add in our Suzanne again. Let's give Suzanne a modifier, and we'll set that to there and change it to Z.
You
Now
see
we
what
need,
I mean? When you add a modifier, you have to see, oh, it's the X or it's the Y or it's the Z, and then
yeah,
the
you have
plane.
to like
Yeah,
select which one you want. And that makes it
yeah,
frustrating when you're not sure which one am I trying to
yeah,
do. Oh geez, what have
yeah.
I done? It's a perfect use
But
case
that's
for making your own little add-on, right?
yeah.
We know that we want Z every time we're doing this. So yeah, this is a perfect use case. So let's check to see if this object has a modifier. So I copied that context for a reason. It wasn't just to get that node, but it's so we can open this up and, oh, I need to recopy the context because that object pointer got deleted. I deleted the previous Suzanne, so I just right click and copy context again. And this thing updates, this updates manually. So if you deleted your active object, you'll no longer have access to it. You'll have to recopy context. Now, inside of our active object, because the active object is a mesh, we'll have access to information associated with the mesh, like mesh data. There's also going to be a modifiers access as well. So we can access this object and see that we have a mirror modifier. So I'm going to grab this modifiers collection and we'll just paste this out. And we're going to, we'll bring this if node here and we're going to duplicate the if node and bring it over one. And every time I have something working the way I want and I start something new, I'll typically try to save, just so I keep track of what I have already made work. And we want to loop through the modifiers that we have on the object. So there is an interface and a loop node. We want the for loop, so for each item in a collection. So we'll bring in our modifiers. And for a collection, like a modifiers collection, you can use either one of these sockets. It's a collection of modifiers, so a list of them. So it doesn't matter which socket you use in this case. But we just need to know that we're coming from a collection. So if it says, something ending with an S, you have more than one, most likely. And if the value's got a square socket, you know that you've got a collection you're working with. So I'm gonna go through each item in my collection or each modifier. So let's say I had a couple of modifiers in here. I just screw modifier, and maybe do something a little bit less intensive on my processor. Let's do an array modifier. There we go. And we'll just hide the array.
Sorry. In my code, I also give the modifier a specific name, so it only works on that modifier.
Okay, what name do we want to give it? Y mirror plane?
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Okay. So Y mirror plane. So we have a modifiers, and we're looking for a specific modifier now. So we can index this modifiers collection. So if you go to Shift A, it's going to be, it might be in program. Or let's see, blend data, that's blend data inputs. We're looking for a way to index. So input, base layout list. It's not in there. We can search for it. Index collection property. Or we can do is index in collection. That's probably a better one. Is index in collection. And maybe that will be, we might not even need to use the for loop. Let's try that. We're going to bring this into our collection and we're looking for the index. And what we'll do, just to help us troubleshoot, we can leave this set to true. And we're just going to add in a label. So to do more than one UI item, we need to do something like a column node. And we're going to do a label next. Interface and label. And we want to get this name and check for it here and just see if it shows up as a true or false. So if I were to change this name to mirror planes, we should see it show false. And if I bring in the name into correct, it should show true. And you're welcome, if you'd like to follow along building the nodes as we go, Kurt, you're welcome to. You don't have to just sit and watch.
Just your resolution is a little bit off. I cannot follow good for the.
oh yeah, we can totally bring this into better res if you'd like. Um, is this a little bit better to look at?
Yeah, it's better.
Let me bring in my. I'm gonna scale up my UI just real quick because we are sharing across Discord, and Discord has a screen sharing limitation. So I just added in a panel node. Yeah, you can go ahead and go to your scripting workspace. We'll help you
Yeah.
catch up. We haven't done a ton. All we've really done is just add in a couple UI items. We'll give Kurt just a minute to catch up. Yeah, you can always stop me, man. This is mostly for you.
No, no, do carry on. I will see.
Yep, bring in your objects node, connect in the active object to the if. You can duplicate the if over and just connect it into the true. And add a column node after that. We just add a button. We haven't done anything to the button. We just have a dummy button currently. We just have a label below, and this is for testing. And then I went to the Blend Data Browser, and the modifiers you have to get from the Blend Data Browser. Oh yeah, go ahead and add your icon.
And then you have to.
So we'll go back to the Blend Data Browser, and let me exit full screen here. So I just went in my 3D viewport, clicked on my Suzanne, right-clicked to get the object context menu, and then I right-clicked again to copy context. Yeah, just right-click on any one of those buttons. Now you can copy context. And just hit escape to get out of that context window. You should have context view 3D window on your Blend Data Browser.
Yes.
And at the top, you can open up that one, and that's in the active object, and we're looking for modifiers. You can actually, now's a good time to talk about searching and filtering. So on the active object here at the top, if you open it up, you can click on this filter,
Okay.
and you can just filter by typing in the word mod, and it should make that list a lot smaller. Yep. Just hit enter. And click away. Yeah, just click left of the list. There you
Yeah.
go. So now you have modifiers. Yep. And we're just going to copy that whole modifiers collection. So the pointer to the collection,
Which one?
the one that's got, it just says modifiers
Oh,
on it. Object modifiers. Yep. You can copy that
this
whole
one.
collection. Yep. And that's the one I brought in over here.
Mm-hmm. And then is index.
Is index and collection is a Blender Serpens node, so you can get that from the add menu. And it's in the properties on the add menu for those who want to know where it is. So you just plug in your modifiers, directly into the collection property, and then we're gonna index by name. So we're basically searching through each one of our modifiers, and we're searching to see if YMirror plane is found inside of it, whatever the name of the modifier is. If you click on your object, go to your modifiers, and whatever that's called, and you'll copy and paste the name of that modifier. Yeah, so I just call mine YMirror plane.
I do the same. Okay.
And then you paste that into the is index and collection, and it's going to search for that name string inside the modifiers. And you can plug the output of this boolean into the label node, and you should see your label change to true or false. Now you can go to your new panel there on your 3D viewport. You should see true right below the button.
Yeah.
So if I were to change the name on my modifier, just like add an S or a 2 at the end of it, you should see that go false. So on the modifier of the object in the object modifier properties, yeah, just change the name on that mirror, and you should see that go false.
Oh yeah.
So it's basically telling us that that code works, and we can make use of these two nodes. So I don't really need that label anymore. So I can delete the label node, and we can use the modifiers and is index in the collection. We can use that for our next index or if else search for the second if. And I'm just gonna Control H to bring this thing down a little bit. Actually, you know what? I can rename this node to just say active object. Then hide it. There we go. Yep, perfect. So if the mirror plane is found in my collection, I don't want to show this button. So rather than saying true, I want to come out of the second one and say false on my second if statement. So basically, if we find the mirror modifier, don't give them the option to add another one. Now I just need to correct my text, and now my button disappears. Yeah, give your button a name. I did mine, add YMirror plane. So now when we delete the modifier, we should see the button. And when we add the modifier and give it that name,
I lost my panel.
Yeah, that's right, because you have the modifier. So if you delete the modifier, you should see the button come back.
Okay.
That's exactly what we want. So now we need a way to bring the modifier back if we delete it with that button. Because currently we just have a button with no operator. Right? Yes. There's no operator here, and we can copy the add modifier operator. So just on your modifiers properties workspace, go find the mirror, and you can right click and get Serpens operator. We're probably going to have to, you can use Shift V to paste it, and you should get a button node. We want to add in the button.
But
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
can either do it that way or you can just click on the paste operator. Both of them will do the same thing. So click on the
Okay.
paste button, or you can Shift V to add in one on your own.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's a nice little new feature on the latest version of Serpens.
Okay.
So we need to access the type of modifier we're adding. So click on the little eye icon, and then we want to select mirror from the list. And it looks like it's semi-alphabetical. It's towards the bottom left. And then we want to be able to access. So I'm going to copy this name real quick on my modifier just so I have access to it. So when I push that button on my panel, it should add a modifier. And the modifier that we added, it comes with a default name, so we need to rename that modifier so that we can give it the Y mirror plane name.
Yes.
So you can right click on the name property and get the Serpens property. Right click right there, get Serpens property, and then we're just going to go below in our node graph and Shift V to paste it. And we're gonna let's change it from the bottom right, how we have it modifiers and it's calling out Y mirror plane. Let's just change it from name to property. And now we have it saying modifiers with no data.
Yes.
We need to be able to feed it a specific modifier. And this is where I believe the context will come in handy. So I can click on my modifiers in my modifier property panel. And because I have them selected, I should be able to right click anywhere in here and copy the context. I
Do I have
believe
to push reload or something? No.
nope. As long as you copy context, the
Okay.
context should now say properties window
Yeah.
because that's where we've copied it from. We were in the properties window, um, and now it's going to see what was in that properties window and it reloads automatically for you.
Okay.
Now we're looking for on the context properties window, we're looking for a modifier. So I can actually come to this global filter and type in mod, and it should bring the list a lot down. I've got modifier, mirror modifier, and if you scroll down in your Blender data browser, there's a little show path button on the left-hand side here. And if you bring this out, you should see the Python code associated with this modifier, mirror modifier, and it says bpycontext.modifier. And that should be the active modifier. And when you add a modifier, that modifier becomes the active modifier. So we're basically pointing to the latest and greatest modifier that got added. So I'm going to copy this data path. And then we're going to paste it in. That should give me access to that modifier. So I plug in that property directly into my name. So now I should be pointing at the name of that specific modifier when I add it. But now we need a way to set the name. And so in order to set the name, we need to bring in a set property. So on the add menu, Shift A, and go to properties and set property. To the very bottom. And you'll plug in the blend data because that's a property we're going to be setting. So the name blend data property. And we know that the name takes a string. So we look on our properties window here. We type on this. So we need to set the data type on the value to be looking as a string. So this little value drop down on the node. We'll be
Okay,
setting
string.
the string value. Yep.
And
And then
here you give the name to the modifier.
yep, we use the same name that we want to use for here. And so I can just copy and paste that. Now, we may be accessing this name more than once. So this is probably a really good use case. I'm getting it from the isIndex in collection node. Oh no, you pasted the you pasted the bpy context modifier. That's okay. So Kurt pasted in this instead from the Blend data browser. Um, this one just called ymirror modifier, I think is what we want.
Yeah.
Or ymirror plane, you're right. Ymirror plane. Rather than having to copy and paste this
Yeah.
over and over again, this is a really good use case for something like a portal. So this is a good video to introduce the portal node. Um, I like to make my portals like up in the top left of my node graph. And so up here, I'll just go to the add menu and it's going to be under tools and portal. And every portal comes with a unique color and a unique name. You can change the name. So I'm just going to give it the same name, ymirror plane. And we need to feed it some kind of data as the input. So I'm just going to use a string. So Shift A, and under input, there's a string. And I'm just going to copy that same text, ymirror plane, and plug that in. Now, all I have to do is click on my portal node and Shift D to duplicate it and shift it off to the right. And I change it from in to out.
Okay.
And then I set my data to be the same data type, so set it to string. And now that's an out, I can like minimize this thing up and hide it. And it makes this portal nice and easy, easy to grab and use. Now I've got a really bright green color, and that kind of hurts my eyes. So I'm going to change the color to something a little bit more pleasing.
I have yellow. I don't see. Don't see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, something a little bit more user friendly. It's like a dark green. And now I can use this portal node, and I can plug it in everywhere where I'm trying to use that name. So isIndex in collection, I'm going to use that output and plug it in here.
Do I copy it or no? I just move it.
You can move it, and then you can just keep duplicating the output. That's the nice thing about a portal, is it's like a one-stop shop to grab the same data over and over again. So I'm on my interface here with my panel, and the second if node, I've got this isIndex in collection, and I'm looking for that ymirror plane. So rather than having to type things over and over again, I'm just going to use it everywhere I see that.
Yeah.
Then I'm just going to duplicate this portal again. You can Shift D or you Control C, Control V should do the same thing. And I'm going to bring it down here where I have my set property node. And I'm setting my name property to be the same name. So I'm going to use that portal there too. This is what's really nice about portals is I only have to define the name once way up here on the left.
Yeah, but otherwise you have to keep typing and keep typing. Oh,
yeah, it makes it really handy. So this is a perfect use case for a portal.
So it's also changing whenever you change the name once. Yeah, in the end node in the first portal when
Yep,
you
in the first.
change that, then yeah.
Yep. So if I wanted this to be like X mirror plane,
Yeah.
Everywhere it's going to go look for the is index
Okay.
in
Yeah.
collection and do X mirror plane, X mirror plane, that
Okay.
sort of thing. Now I'm naming the portal the exact same name, so it's easier for me to find it.
Mm.
Um, you can name this whatever you want. You could just call this Y mirror portal.
Yeah. Okay. Mm.
That should change the name on all your portal nodes that are tied to it. Portals are awesome. I wish all node editors had portals, but they don't. Only Serpens does. I think um, there's another version of Blender that uses something. Arundel was talking about it yesterday. Um, Teleport node, I think, is what they called it. But it's pretty much the same thing. So now we've got a set property, and we need to execute on a set property. So we're going to need our own operator to do this. And it's probably wise for us, this add modifier button in the top right. We probably ought to make this our own operator at this point, and we'll just call the add modifier operator on our own.
Yeah.
So to do that, we can click on the this little drop down button where it has the Blender icon, and we want a custom operator instead. And the first box is our node graph. We only have one node graph in our add-on currently, so it'll default to the node graph that we're in. And then we don't have any operators yet, so we need to make one. So the minute that I make an operator, so Shift A, and under Program, there's an operator node. It's about midway down the list.
Yeah.
And now that I have the node, just place it right below. I should be able to select that guy from my drop down on my button.
Okay.
And we want to name this, so add Y mirror plane. And it should update both the operator and the button. Now, just a disclaimer, in the current version of Serpens, we're in 3.1.1. It's like I can't keep reproducing it, but there is a bug when you rename an operator. Sometimes Serpens will crash.
Okay.
They're working on trying to find a fix for it, but we're having a hard time finding what's causing it to crash. So I typically will save, and I didn't do that. Save before you rename your operators.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it
That's
has
very
to do with the fact that
good
as
idea.
I rename, like if I change the name, it'll update the name on my button. I want to say it has something to do with that behavior, but I really don't know. So now that we've got this custom operator, we still want to add the mirror modifier. So the very first thing we need to do with our operator is rerun that add mirror operator. So I can just come back to my add modifiers window here on the properties and recopy that node. I'm looking for my mirror, right click, get Serpens operator. Then I can Shift V and paste a run operator node. So this is like the code version of the button.
Yeah.
I just plug in from the execute of my operator into the execute of the run operator and change it to go look for our mirror modifier. Let's see here. Mesh sequence, mesh deform. Where'd it go? Oh, there we are. Top left. Staring right at me. Okay, so just to make sure that this button works, always work with like a small block out of our add-on. So as we do something, we test. So I'm going to delete my modifiers, and I should see my add Y mirror plane button. I'm going to add a modifier. So the operator is being called, and we're running the add modifier button, which is working great. I can keep clicking this, and I should be adding a bunch of mirror modifiers.
But it's like still the same name. It still has the mirror name. Not
That's right. So that's the next thing we
okay.
need to do. So we're just
Okay. Yeah.
testing the functionality of the run operator at this point.
Okay.
So we're happy with the fact that it's adding a modifier. Now we need to set the name on the, so when I add a modifier, it makes that modifier the active modifier. And that's where this node comes in, this modifier context node. Basically saying the current modifier, let's access its name with the next node. So the modifier's name, and then we're going to set the property for that name and give it the string from our portal. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes.
So now we can connect in the execute on the set property. So the output of the run operator goes to the input of the set property. And Arundel, he asked a really good question in his stream yesterday. You don't need to connect anything on the last execute node. You can leave it blank. That's just basically saying when we've reached the last node, the operator that we're running is done. So after we're done with set property, the operator is not going to do anything else. The operator will be finished.
There's no end node, no.
Not for a standard operator. Joshua has that coded in by default. So this is a good time to probably introduce node debugging. So I'm gonna disconnect my operator here. Just have it all by itself. And I make it really wide for when I want to debug on the node. And I can open up my end panel. I'll give you a second. On the Serpens end panel in the settings, there's a debug nodes button you can turn on. And
nodes.
Not debug sockets, debug nodes, yeah.
Nodes, yeah.
Yeah, and your node gets really big when this happens. And Joshua already has inside this node, there's like a def execute and a return finished.
Ah, yeah.
See, he's handling the return once you're done with all the execution nodes.
Okay, yeah, but there's no visible nodes like end node. It doesn't exist.
Nope,
It's
not
necessary.
for yeah, not for an operator. If we're using like a loop, like we're wanting to loop through something, there is a break node, so you can break the loop and make it continue on to the next operation. But the nice thing about Joshua's operator nodes is he's already got the return by default. So I can turn debug nodes back off and just know that the operator is done handling things once you're done connecting each of the executes together. It's a good question, though. It was a really good question that Arundel asked. I never really considered that when I've been working with it. But in other node editors, you have to like tell it to return an output. For an operator node, you don't need to do that.
Okay.
So now we've got the set property tied to our operator, and we'll save before we test this next feature because we know it worked with adding a modifier. Now let's see if we can set the name on that modifier we added. So save, and we're going to click the button. And we got a trace back. I got an error. So let's see what our error is. Now's a good time to troubleshoot in our console. The context object has no attribute modifier. Let's see here. Context object has no attribute modifier. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because there's not modifier existing, so he cannot give the name to that modifier. I had the same problem in my code.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take a look at how you handled this in your code, because that'll help us generate our solution in Serpens. So we've got your Python code here. I think I have a way to zoom in. Control plus equals. Okay, so we can do a new type equals mirror and name equals mirror. So we can, we should be able to access that as well. let's see here. Give me just 1 second. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, my son was looking for his mom. All right. So rather than running the operator, we can run a function that adds a modifier as well. So let's try doing that. Well, there's a couple ways to do this. We're going to try doing the way your code has it done. So rather than doing a run operator that we're calling a Blender operator, we can actually run a function instead. So we're going to replace this run operator node. So I'll disconnect. We'll just set this off to the right because I don't want to delete it yet. We might be able to come back to this. So we're going to tie our operator instead. So we have an object. So I'm going to right click on my object in my viewport. And in this context menu, I'll just right click on any one of these buttons and copy the context again. And I'm going to filter still off of the word mod. So that's fine. Let's see, in object mode. No, I want it on active object, I'm sorry. So active, set my filter to active. And then inside my active object, I can filter to say mod. So on my active object, I should have modifiers. And if you open up the modifiers, you have a couple of functions here at the very bottom. Open up modifiers, and you have clear, new, and remove. So if we do new, let's try copying that. We'll just paste it into the right of our operator, Shift V. This gives us access to our modifier. We have access to both a name and a type. So the type will give us mirror, and the name will give us the name that we want. So rather than typing the name in, we've got that portal node. So I'm just going to grab a portal output and bring it down, plug that into name. Okay, so we're going to save, and we're going to try pushing the button again. Let's see if it adds in that modifier with that name.
Yes.
So we got our modifier being added, and it's the named modifier.
Yes.
And our button disappears because it can find it, which is great. That's exactly what we want. So that step one is done. We've now got a modifier added, and we can now search for properties on the modifier just visually over here in the panel. Let me get rid of these other modifiers. So I want to set my modifier mirror object. I can access that, but if we don't have the plane beforehand, we probably ought to create the plane. So that would be the next step, right?
Yes. Yes.
So next step is creating our plane. So we can do the same thing. So instead of the context of like an active object, we're trying to create a new object. So we can go, instead of on the Blender data browser, we're on context 3D window. We want to go to data. And our global filter, we can reset the global filter. And I want to be making a new object, so I can set my filter to be on objects. And when I open this up, I should see a similar function for new object. Yeah. Shift V and add it. See what it requires. It requires a name and it requires some kind of object data. I think that means that we need to add it as a mesh object. I don't know if I've ever really called object new before. We could probably do objects. Is there a do Shift A to blend data with meshes? Do object mesh? If we want to do that. I've never ran this function before. We can give the object the same name though. This Y mirror portal, we can give the object that same name. Let's see if it will do that. I'm going to save first.
Did you disconnect the operator, or did you make a new one?
Let's make a new one just for testing purposes. So Shift A, program, operator. Help my operator add a plane. This is probably honestly a good time to run a Google search if we want to do it this way. We can always try doing the add object operator to add a primitive. But I do kind of want to know how to do this too. Let's see if this works. So because we have a new operator, we need to also give it a button to go with it. And so just come up here and we can duplicate our button.
We already made the button. Didn't we already make the button?
You made a button just for adding in your operator, right? For adding in your modifier.
Yeah, but the goal was add a plane, and the modifier goes directly to the monkey, yeah, to the object.
Yeah, we'll get to that point. We'll tie them together
Okay,
at the
okay.
end. This is just like we're building up the base first. So it's always okay to add in a couple of extra things as you're testing. So I'm just going to add in another button for now.
Button?
Yep, and then just connect in my add a plane operator to that button. Yeah, you can do it anywhere you want. You can do it at the beginning of the panel. That way it's always showing. It's not a bad idea. You'll connect in your button to your panel. Cool. Yep. I'm going to save before we even try running this thing because let's see, the plane, save. Not getting. Oh, I need to rename my button. I'll just give this like a Blender icon to let me know I'm testing it. If I click it, do I get anything happening? take a look at our console. I think it added an object. It did. It just added it to orphan data. So I click it again, I should get another one. Yep. So in my outliner in the top right,
Yes.
if you change this second drop down up at the top right here, you can change this to orphan data. And if you open up your objects, you should see yeah, let's go down to our operator. Oh, yeah, plug in that operator execute. There you go.
Yes.
Save and run the operator.
No operator assumed.
Oh yeah, you need to tie your button to that operator. So go up to your new button, change it from Blender over to custom, and then point to that new operator. There you go. Now save and push the button.
Yes.
Now you see that your object gets added to Blender, but it's added as an orphan because it's not linked to a collection. And this is the Python way of doing things. Blender is really unique when you add an object using a function. The Blender add object operator does this for you, but it creates the object, but it doesn't necessarily do anything with it. So you have to tell it, okay, I want it to be added to the main collection in Blender, or the main scenes collection. And I think the collection lives the scene. What is this main collection called? If I change my orphan data back over to view layer, scene collection. I want to say this scene collection lives in scene. So if you go back to context on your Blend data browser, I'm looking for scene. You can filter search if you want, just type in scene. If you open up this, there should be a scene collection. And I want to be able to point to this, let's see, all objects, children, okay, link children. I want to say it's, we'll try one and we'll try the other. So under objects, there is a link function. Not all objects, but the one below children, there's another one called objects.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, that one. Let's try link. And then I'm gonna shift V. Put it at the end, and I'm gonna tie the output of the function. It has an object output. I'm gonna tie that to the input. And then I'm gonna tie the executes together as well. And let's save. You should be able to click that button now, and it should add it to the scene collection, I think.
Yes.
Except for me, it added a Suzanne. Because I know why I did this. Because I'm using the active object mesh.
Strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I will. Makes
It's whatever
sense.
you had selected, right? If it was a mesh. That is not a plane. That's okay. So how do you make a new mesh object? Let's see. This is probably a good one for Google because I'm gonna turn on my debug sockets here. Um, let's see here. Turn on debug nodes actually. New name. Object type equals mesh. Um, we have access to mesh data in our Blender data browser. Let's take a look. Main meshes.
Can you not just do add and then
Oh, here we
unmesh,
go.
right?
We did it. We did the wrong one. So instead of new object, we actually have a new mesh. That's the function we want. So if you go to your Blend data browser and click on data,
Okay, yeah, data.
then I just filtered to mesh.
Mhm.
If you open up the meshes, there's a new function for meshes. If you scroll down at the very bottom, you should
Yeah,
have a new. So let's try copying that one instead. And instead of this new object, I'm going to turn off my debug nodes. Shift V, I've got new mesh. There we go. I'm pretty sure this is the one we want. Oh, except for it's going to make a mesh with no, okay. Yeah, this is not the way we want to do it. We're going to delete these two
no.
nodes. And we're going to copy the primitive one because if we add in a mesh object,
Yeah.
we're going to have to
Mhm.
give it vertices and we're going to have to build it.
Yeah.
That we can
Mhm.
do that. That'll just take a while. Let's just use in the 3D viewport, there's the add menu. And under mesh, we can add in a primitive plane.
Yeah.
And you can just right click and get that operator. This one we'll be able to access data on. So copy that operator, Shift V, run operator node. And we want to execute. And we want to bring this plane in at the location of the other object, right?
Yeah.
We'll do that. We'll do that in a minute, but we'll access that later. Let's just verify that we can get this thing
Okay.
adding a plane in first.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna purge my orphans real quick. So I'm gonna go to my orphan data. I'm just gonna purge out all these planes that don't exist. And I'm gonna delete my Suzanne while I'm at it. Just to keep my Blender file clean. Okay, so save my file and add a plane. Should add a plane.
Yes.
Yay, we get a plane. Okay, this is exactly what we want. The problem is the plane gets added and it's given the name plane.001.
Yes. Mhm.
So in order to access information, you can actually right click on the plane, right click and copy context again. And I just move my mouse away. We go back to our Blender data browser and I clear my filter. And on the active object, we should have access. I'm going to click on my filter here, and I'm just going to access instead of typing something in, I can also filter based on selecting things here.
Yes.
Um, so there's a string option. So I'm going to filter based on string instead, just to teach you about other filtering options.
Mhm.
Now I should be able to see name. in the list. And you can update your filter. If you click it again, you can have it set to string and type in the word name. Just to teach you a little bit more about filtering. You can do two things in your filter. You click on your little filter icon again, and you can type in the word name. We're searching for the object's name. Yep, and now you can click away, and you should have
Okay.
only two results, right? So I'm going to copy the
What
name
is the
property.
difference between you have name and name full? What is the difference?
So for most use cases, they're the exact same information. When you're
Okay.
working with Blender libraries, you'll be using name full in some scenarios. I've never worked with a Blender library, but that's the answer that Joshua gave when I asked the same question.
Okay.
Um, name and it's just another way to access the name data, and it's a slightly different amount of information. But whenever you see those two options, just pick name, and you'll never go wrong.
Okay.
And I'm going to go to full screen. So after our run operator, we've added our plane. I'm going to paste in this active object's name. And we want to, this is like the name property for the active object. So we want to use a set property to set the name. We've got set property over to the right already. So the node that's over here on the right, yeah, or you can bring it in from the
Okay.
admin. Yeah, you can bring it in from the add menu. It's the same thing. So under add menu properties, set property. And so we're going to plug in the name property because that's the property that we're setting,
Mm-hmm.
and change your value to a string because that a name is a string. And then I'm going to
Okay.
use my little Y mirror portal as the value. And plug that into the value socket on the set property. Yep. And now we just connect the executes. And now when I click on add a plane, I should see adding a plane and it says Y mirror plane.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we want. So I can delete
Yeah.
that one. So we don't really need this operator anymore, but we can have it separate for now, just while we're testing the add plane functionality, and then we'll tie it together when we're done into the one operator.
Okay.
It's nice to have it separate though, because as you're building your code, keeping things separate and individual helps you troubleshoot. That way, you're not trying to troubleshoot like 8 different sets of node operations. Okay, so we want to do a couple things to this plane object. And so we're setting the property for the name. Now we need to set the rotation. So you can literally duplicate both the name and, oh wait, no, not the name, I'm sorry. We can duplicate the set property, Shift D and move it over. And we can bring in our, on our outliner properties over here for the property workspace. I gotta add in my, added my, where'd my panel go? Uh-oh, did I generate an error?
I was just thinking the same. Once you delete it, a plane, it deletes everything, I think.
Add mirror plane. Uh, cannot assign to none. Oh, error Python. Well, let's uncompile my add-on. In the top right, there's a force on register.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to re-register. Save before you do this. All right, I got my panel back.
How do you do
Click on the click on the little refresh icon up here in the top right. And you'll have to click a confirm button when you do.
the force unregister?
Do force unregister first, and then
Yeah.
force the one to the left of it is force recompile,
Okay.
and then click OK.
Yeah.
Now you should see your
Okay.
panel come
Yeah.
back. So interesting. I'm gonna add a plane, and if I delete that, oh, okay, yeah, okay, everything's still working. Well, that's weird. I lost my just by zooming in and out. I lost. Oh, okay, I got it back.
Okay.
Okay, so we got our plane. We need to set the location on our plane now. So on your, bring this over just a little bit. On your selecting your plane, you have access to the object data. And this is like information about the object. So you could technically copy the name from the object here. You could copy the location and the rotation. We want to set the rotation. And so we want to do the rotation about the x-axis. So we can either set the rotation by setting something on the property, or we can call the rotate operator. Which would you like to do?
I think the rotate operator.
Okay. So if we want to do the rotate operator, we're going to go to the 3D viewport. And under object, there's a transform section. And then there's a rotate. And you can right click and get that operator. And then I'm going to shift V. So delete my set property. Shift V and bring in a run operator. This operator has a ton of stuff on it. Now, if we have use invoke turned on, it's going to make it like an interactive operator where you start rotating the plane. And so I'm going to turn off use invoke. And I want to constrain axis. I want to constrain it against the x-axis. Let's see. No, not constrain axis. I want the orient axis to be x. I'm sorry. Orient axis. And I believe that the value for this, let's try 90. If it's not in degrees, we'll do a conversion. Yeah, so we want to rotate the orientation about the x-axis by 90, right?
Yeah.
So turn on your value, set it to 90, and then save, and let's try adding in our plane again.
No.
So 90 gave us rotation, but it gave us this weird funky rotation. So that's most likely using radians instead of degrees. So I believe there's a node that does a conversion for us. And I want to say it's under converter. No. Let's see if he's got it in here. Convert radians to degrees. Shift A. Yeah, it is in converter. Convert radians to degrees. And you can go backwards, degrees to radians. So I've got 90 degrees and I want it to be radians.
Mine gives.
Oh no, yeah. um, if you bring a node in and you put it in between nodes, it's like, oh no. The red is telling you that that's not compatible socket, so that's a good sign. You just reconnect it in and bring this guy down. Yeah, that's really nice of Joshua to make it easy on us. Like those nodes are not compatible. Okay, so now I'm gonna delete my plane, save my file, and let's try adding it again. And that should give you what we're looking for.
And mm,
You need to set the value on the degrees on your node. Yep, just set this to
okay,
90.
yeah, yes.
All right, now we need to we want to move the plane, keep the plane at the origin, but move the y value to match the y value on the object, right?
Yes,
The y and the z, or do we just want the y?
just the Y.
Okay.
I just no, I just positioned it on the origin of the object. Uh, so on the Y, yes.
Yeah, so just the y moved, right? If you have the
Yes,
object like somewhere up in the z axis, it doesn't copy the z, it just copies the y.
yes.
Do we want the scale of this mirror plane to be bigger than 1?
Um, now I have it set it on 3 times, so scale 3
Okay. So
is best. Is best.
on the add plane operator, there's a scale that we can turn on. I'm gonna move these over just to give myself some space. We can delete this mirror stuff on the right. That I was saving and never ended up using. We're going to set the scale on here. I can click and drag down to highlight all 3 and change them to 3. And then for the rotation, or not rotation, oh, you know what? We can set the rotation here. Jeez. um, we can get rid of an operator that way. Not a bad idea.
Yeah,
Well,
in my code, I just have the 3 visible: rotation, location, and scale.
yeah,
Um,
we'll add those properties in after.
yeah,
I think these are okay the way we have it because we have a pretty
mm,
nice way of doing the rotate operator. But we do want to set our location on this operator. So the location
yes.
um, for this plane, we want it to copy everything, well, just the y location, and then make it move to the origin. So the x location is going to be 0. The z location is going to be 0. But the y location, we want to get it from our previously made active object. And I want to say that we can grab that information from the active object first. So Shift A and blend data. We've got the objects node. And um, we want the location property off of the active object. Actually, you know what? I don't think we need this now. We'll leave it here for just a second. But we want to go to our Suzanne, our 3D viewport, the object we're going to be mirroring, and we're going to copy the location property off of Suzanne over in your properties editor. You can either get the property here by right-clicking and do get property. This is the easiest way to get it. You can do it here or you can do it in the blend data browser. Either way. Sometimes
How
get
do you get
property.
it?
Yeah, so right-clicking and getting property is one way to get it. If I wanted to get it from the other method, I would do it.
Yes.
Click on data.
Yeah.
And we're going to filter on objects. Go down there and type in filter object. Open up our objects, and we're looking for, because we have Suzanne selected, you would open up Suzanne.
Okay.
And then in Suzanne, you can click on the little filter icon, and you can type in location. And if you didn't know what to search for, like say I don't know what the name is called that I'm filtering. I know I want to get its position in 3D space, but I don't know what it's called. You can always turn on Python tooltips, and it will tell you the property name as you highlight
No,
it.
okay. Yeah.
So we're looking for location. And if you don't have Python tooltips on, Joshua's got in the top this little drop down in Serpens. It's next to the graph name, just to the left. There's this little window icon drop down, and you have Show Python Tooltips for those who don't have it on. You can click that and turn it on or off. I always have it on as I'm developing add-ons because I find it really useful. Because as you highlight, you get the property names of the things you're highlighting, or the operator names. So that's how I would copy the location. So I could click it here in the Blend Data Browser, and we're looking for just the one labeled location. Then I would Shift V and bring it in. Because it came from the Suzanne object, it's set to name. I have to change that property. Instead of the name property, I want it to be looking at an object property instead. And it defaults to saying using active, so we don't need this active object.
Okay.
Node. If
But
you
we can use it.
Yeah, if you see a using
Yeah.
active, and you want to use it from the active object, then you're good to go. If it says no data, you have to plug something in.
If you use the objects and you choose the name, can you already set the name of the? No, that's stupid.
No, yeah, I mean you
But
can do it,
yeah,
and it's going to come off of the indexed. So
yeah,
I could do Suzanne here.
yeah. But then you have to really know that's the name of the object I want to have the mirror on.
Yeah, this is like
Yeah,
doing it
okay,
this
yeah.
way is the same
Mm-hmm.
as changing this back over to name and doing it here.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Oh, okay.
But the point of this node is, let's say you want to go through all of your objects, and like
Yeah,
you had a
okay.
for loop or something.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a quick little sidebar. Like I want to loop through all objects in my scene, and for each object, I want to do something with each object's location. Like that's where this part comes in really handy. Like I want to use it on more than one object, so I can set each object's location with a for loop.
Ah, yeah,
Does that make sense? So like
Yes. Mm-hmm.
setting this to property is really handy. You can also set it to an indexed object, so I could do index instead. A for loop. So if I'm on property, I would pull it from the item. So each object in my objects that I'm looping through, I want to do something with the location. And you'd set that, yeah, teal color matching teal color.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if I wanted to do it off of index, I could do it off of index as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So sometimes we want to operate off of index. Let's say I have like 2 selected objects. I want to loop through those selected objects, and at a certain index, I want to do something. Or I just want to do, like, if I just want one option, like object at index 0, that'll be index 0 for the entire scene. But hopefully this makes sense. Like we're accessing,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
we're accessing information. Index probably isn't that handy, to be honest, because it is accessing the indexed object in the scene, which for this case isn't very handy. But you can use index on other properties, and it's much more handy. So I would say for the most part, we're either going to use name or property when we're working with objects. So I can delete these 2 nodes. That was just a little sidebar.
Okay.
So we're going to get this object's location from the active object, and I only want the y value. So I have a vector output currently. So we're on float vector, and the purple socket's telling you it's got multiple properties that you're accessing. We can convert the vector into a single item by doing a split vector. If you go Shift A and converter, there's a split vector node. I'll plug the vector in, and we want the type to be float because location is float properties. It's got decimal points. And the A is our X, the B would be our Y, and the C would be our Z. And the location is a vector 3. Like we have 3 different parameters we can tune, so we don't need to change the size on this node. But you could change the size if you wanted, if you're working with a bigger vector. So location
Okay.
is only a vector 3. So we only need 3
Mhm.
elements. And we're only really caring about the middle element. We want to just access that information. We're going to do a vector combine. So under converter, there's a combine vector. And we'll plug the B in here instead. And now we want the other location. So for X, it's going to be 0, and the Y, it's going to be 0. And or the X is going to be 0 and Z is going to be 0. The Y will be coming from our active object, and then we plug that combined vector output into our location. That should do what we want. Let's find out. So save and add a plane. And did we get an error?
Yes.
Was there error console?
No, it's good. But I didn't select an object.
Oh yeah. So that's not setting it to the same location as mine. Move your object along the.
Yeah, but it's yes.
Oh. It's setting it along the. We want to copy the X, not the Y, right?
No, it's good. It's good because you're gonna move afterwards on the Y, so your object will be sliding on the Y. No, it's good.
Okay.
I think it's good.
I want to say we want to copy the X instead of the Y. Let me bring this one over.
Mm-hmm.
This is 3. Mine's showing up on the opposite side. That's kind of funny. We'll go to Y for now. If you're saying Y is what we want, then we'll do it on Y. Okay, so now we've got a location copied. We're naming the plane, and we're setting a modifier. We need to. So we've got the plane getting created, and we've got it. Do we have it scaled?
Yes, already on 3.
My plane is not scaling. That's interesting. Scale is set to 1 on my plane.
Oh yeah.
Try this again. Not setting the scale property. Try plugging in a float vector and see if that changes it. Oh.
I just did transform resize. Edit.
Yeah, we can always copy the operator. That's fine. Or we can just set the scale on the object by right-clicking on the Get Serpens property and pasting it. Right after we rotate, we're going to scale. And we want to bring in a set property node. And this time we do want to do it on a named object because the object was already created.
Yes.
So I'm going to grab my little Y portal and just bring it over, plugging it in for the object name. Now the scale is a float vector, so I need to change my value type to a float vector value on my set property node. And then you should be able to just set these to 3.
Yes.
Add a plane. There we go.
Yes.
Cool. Now we got our plane added. We're moving it and we're scaling it the way we want. And I think that's pretty good for the plane so far. So now we need to tell our object, the original object, that we want to add this. We want to add this mirror object to the. We want to do 2 things. We want to set the axis to be Z, right, on our mirror plane modifier, and we want to set the object to be that mirror plane object. So we'll do the first one. We'll set the axis first. So you can right click and get property. It's at this point we probably ought to tie our two operators into one. Well, actually, you know what? Let's keep it simple. We'll add in one more operator. So we're adding a plane. We'll do another operator for setting our mirror properties. Operator, Shift A, program, operator. I'm just going to call mine set mirror props. And then I'm going to be copying this axis property. So right click, get Serpens property. I'm going to be pasting that in. Now for our modifier, we're going to be bringing in that little awesome portal node that we've been using everywhere.
Yeah.
And this is where the kicker is. We have reference to an object, and the object's going to change depending upon um,
Selection. Yeah.
depending upon well, not only selection, but it's the object that had the modifier originally.
Yeah.
So we almost need to keep a reference to that object, right? So we can use a variable to do that. Um, Currently, we'll just leave it set on Suzanne just for now, but we'll need to come back to this to like figure out what to do with
Yes.
with
Okay.
each object. So we're going to set the access for use access property, and we want number 2 to be set to true, number 1 to be set to false, and number 0 set to false.
False. Yes.
So we're just referencing the property right now. We need to do a set property in order to set values on it. So Shift A, properties, set property. And we're going to plug in the use axis as the property we're setting. And then the data type is going to be a float. Or it's not float. We're going to be a Boolean vector this time. And we want to set just the last one to be true. And I've actually been looking for a good reason to use a Boolean vector data type. I wanted to do a video on it, just talking about Boolean vectors. And this is a perfect use case for Boolean vectors. You've got an X, Y, and a Z axis, and you want to set a property for one of them. So save, we need to tie this operator to a button. So we need to go up to our panel. I'll just duplicate my button down. So Shift D, bring it down 1. And then I just need to change it to look at the other operator. And you just plug the socket into the panel on the next panel item down.
Oh man.
That's all right. I'll give you a minute. The one to the left of that.
Yeah, I'm working on a laptop, so
Oh yeah, no worries. And we need to change the label on that button. We want the label to be set mod props or something similar. Save, and then we should be able to see. I'm going to turn my mod properties off for my Z just to make sure it works. And let's click on the button after we save. Should work.
yes.
Cool. So now we can set the mirror object as well. So right click on mirror object and get Serpens property. Shift V to paste it in. And this is going to be fun because the object and the modifier have the same name. So I'm just going to bring that mirror portal over and plug it into both. Because we named our plane and our modifier the same name, we can use that portal for both the object and the modifier.
Okay.
And see, for the Suzanne object. Oh wait, I'm sorry. The object is currently our Suzanne object, so we're gonna leave that one.
Yeah.
And we want the mirror plane modifier. Okay. We want this set to just the modifier. And we're gonna do another set property. So I can bring in another set property node. Yep, tie in our property value, or our property socket. And then the value is going to be a pointer. We'll go to property. And we need to feed it an object. So this is a good time for an objects node. So Shift A, blend data objects. And we're going to index the object on name. So click the little name check or selection, and I'm gonna. This is the mirror plane, so I can use this portal to give the name of that object.
You can use the same.
Yeah, you can use the same one, or you can bring them out.
Okay.
Either way. And we're gonna come off of the indexed object socket. I'm gonna clear this off on my modifier, and let's save, and then we'll push the button and see if it works. Mine worked.
Same here. Cool.
The only last thing we need to solve is reference to our object, because we have this, we're setting the mirror object and we're setting the axis, and we're tied to Suzanne currently. And when we join all of these operations together into one, we can temporarily store our object into a variable and then grab the object from the variable, if that makes sense. And we'll tie that data in. But the only other thing we need to worry about is I think that's pretty much it for our functionality, right? As of right now.
Here the last part.
Go back to our little this is our little pseudocode. So we're gonna add a plane, we rotate it, add a modifier, set it to Z only. We set the mirror object.
Clipping.
We'll have clipping on the UI, so we'll handle that in a minute.
The name of the plane.
Yep, we set the name already. Yeah, I think we're right on track. So
yeah,
this part will be the last part since it's our third operator. This will be the second part, adding the plane, and this one will be the first part, adding the modifier. So this is our main operator. What we can do now is I'll save, and this may be a good point. Some developers, they like to save their whips or their work in progress, like something that's successful. So you can always do a save a copy at this point and just save. This is a working copy with all the functionality I wanted to use. So add mirror plane, whip basic, and then just save that copy. So we can come back and reference it if we break our code. And then I'm going to delete this operator and this operator. So the last operator and the second to last operator, I just remove them completely.
You remove the last? No.
Yeah, just the operator. So the very first node.
Oh, okay,
Yep,
okay.
that one. I delete that one, and then I go up and I delete that one too. And you can delete their buttons as well. They'll have red on them because the operator is no longer there. So if you scroll up just a little bit on your node graph, you got two buttons there, and they have red on their.
This one.
Both of these buttons can go away. So I've got my main operator. We're going to be doing a new modifier. We're going to be calling it mirror. And then the next set of code we want to do after it. So rather than making a really long node graph where it's super long, you can still leave these here if you want, right where they are. So I have this where the second operator was, and I have where this third operator was. And you can actually turn these into functions if you want.
Yeah.
You could have left, I mean, we could have left the operators and just had our main operator call the other two. But we really don't have anything special going on here that I really need to use an operator for. So this is a good point to run a function because we can make use of that function a little bit later. So where my second operator was, I'm going to do Shift A, and under Program, there should be a node for function. And we can plug that in to the first execute run operator where we're adding a plane. And we're going to name this function. I like to put fn in front of mine just to remind me that I'm working with a function. Fn add plane. And then once I've added this function, all I need for my operator is after I've done this new modifier where I'm adding a mirror. At the end of that, we're going to add in a run function node. So program, you should see a function run. Connect the executes. I'm going to search my node graphs. I want my add mirror plane node graph. And we're looking for our function, which is fn add plane. Now this third option for return, we don't have a return node currently, so we're not returning anything, so that can be blank. This is just going to run the function for us. So it will come in and it will add this plane, it will rotate it, and it will scale it. So that function is now taken care of. Now we need to do a second function for setting properties on our object that we added a modifier to. So we're just going to add another function. So I can just take my function, duplicate it down, and tie the execute. Yeah, rename it to fn set mirror, fn set mirror props, something like that.
Yeah.
Let me plug that in. Then we just need, because we've defined the function, we need to do another run function node. We can just come up to our operator, and we just duplicate the rung function node and do set mirror props. Or you can make a new function node, yeah, that's fine too. Program, function run. Put it after the other function on your operator. And we want set mirror props now. Now, we do need to bring data into this function because we need to say what object we're working with. So this is a good time, excuse me, this is a good time to make a variable. And on the Serpens N panel, we can create variables. Open up our N panel here, and towards the top, right below the node tree, there's a variable section. And we can do a plus icon to add a variable. And I'll just call it stored object. Or by mirror. You can give it any name you want. I mean, it really doesn't matter. And we want the data type to be set to a, let's do, we want to send this into a function. I don't remember if functions allow you to send pointers in. Set it to string. We'll set it to an object's name. So I'm just going to give it a default value. Oh, default, just leave it blank. I'm sorry. Okay, so for our operator, we're going to shift everything to the right. We only have 3 nodes, really. And there is, on the N panel, we have an add node button for our variable. And you can do a set variable. So grab that. We're going to bring it as the very first operation. And we're going to set it blank unless we tie something into it. So we want to tie in the object name from the active object. And we can actually get that from our properties area. So if I click on Suzanne in my 3D viewport and I go up to my Blender data properties, I can right click on Suzanne's name and get the property. We could also do that in the Blender data browser just for teaching you both workflows. We've done this a couple times now.
So Suzanne.
So I would come to my Suzanne, right click on her, right click on something in the context menu and copy context. And you could get from the active object context. Yeah, just click away from that menu. It doesn't matter what you right click on in the context menu. You can just copy context on anything. Okay. Copy context, and then it will have the context set to 3D view window. So you could open up the active object and search for name. This will give you the name of the active object. Shift V and paste that in. So that's like the context active object. There's another way to grab this information if you don't want it from the active object. Oh,
Hmm?
yeah, just plug in that execute back into the plug that guy back in there. So this is one, and when you copy it from here and get property and you paste that in, you get another version. They're both pretty similar. Context one doesn't have an input socket because it's getting it from the active object.
Hmm.
This one has an input socket because you're getting it from
Oh
bpy
yeah.
data. So bpy data, all I have to do is click on the data tab. And under Suzanne, we would go data, then objects for our search, just to narrow it down. I'm looking for Suzanne. And then I would search for her name.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This is why the filters are really nice, because if you can click on
Yeah.
Suzanne filter and you type in name, you don't have to scroll endlessly. Because if I remove this, Suzanne object has so many properties. And that can be really intimidating to try to find the one you're looking for. That's why filters are really nice. Go back to your filter search. Not that one, but that one. Yep. Back to this one. Make sure you have name. Oh, not on that one. Go open, hit the undo on that. So there's an undo icon. So if you're searching name in the wrong place, you can click on this
Yeah.
undo icon and it
Okay.
removes
Yeah,
that
that's
search.
under. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And then come down to your Suzanne and click on her filter.
Yeah. Okay. Name.
And
Yeah.
you have collection. So if I had collection selected, it won't. It will only
Yeah.
search on things in collection. So I can hold shift and actually select all these if I wanted. Or I can click on the undo button. You click undo, it will reset everything, and you can come back and open it up.
Then Shift Alt.
You can just hold shift and click and drag.
Oh yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
There's also an undo
Okay. Yeah.
button to undo the entire filter. Start it back to square one if you wanted to.
Okay.
Hopefully
Okay.
yeah, we want you getting used to using the Blender data browser because
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of intimidating until you get used to it. But if I copied name from here and pasted it, it's the exact same thing as copying name from here and pasting it.
Okay.
They're
Yeah.
they're both the same node. When you're copying from the context part of the Blend data browser, you won't get the
Mm-hmm.
little input socket because it's assuming you're from the active object.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So hopefully that is a little bit of training about using that. It doesn't matter which one we're getting, as long as we're getting it from one of these objects, but we don't want it coming
Mm-hmm.
from, I'm going to remove this one and this one. We got it from here. I'm pasting it in. I don't want it coming from Suzanne. I want it coming from the active, so I can change this to property. Because it says using active in parentheses, I can make that come from the active object. And I just want to
Okay.
plug in the name into my variable.
Name of the value.
Yep,
Value.
the name.
Value.
I'm sorry, yeah. The value.
Yeah.
The value of the name
The
property.
name.
Thank
Yes.
thank you. Yep. The string name. So we're going to set the variable to that string. We're going to run these two functions. We want to send this string into this function, this last function where we're setting the mirror props. So how we can do that is we can make parameters on our function. So this third run function, or this very last node. There's no parameters that we can access currently on this run function node. But if we go down to where the function is defined, we can add a parameter. So scroll down to where you're using this fn set mirror props. We have these little output nodes here that say input on them.
Yeah.
And I want to reference an object by name, so I can bring in an objects node. So blend data objects. Change it from index to name. And then I can drag this input right into that string.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to, now that I have an input parameter, it defaults with the name input, but I want to give it a name so I can remember what I'm sending into it. Object name. And now everywhere that I see, everywhere that I see an object being called out by name, I'm going to change
Yes.
in this function. I'm going to change it from a name property to a property pointer.
Property. Oh yeah.
And I can shift these nodes over just a little bit. I'm going to plug in this indexed property by name into both of these that are using an object that we're referencing. Does that make sense?
Yes. This is a bit similar like version 2 of Serpens, I think.
Yep, this is
Or
very similar to Serpens too.
yeah. Because I used it for my shader nodes. Also, I've made an add-on, and I was trying to do it in Serpens, but I had it done, but I got stuck on the group. I wanted to have groups, and I forgot about it.
Yeah, I've got like 80 add-ons that I'm working on. I know
Yeah.
exactly how that feels.
So now it was a good opportunity to start all over with and try this.
Yeah, with Serpens 3, a lot of things are still similar. So the way you use a function is still very
Hmm.
similar. You can give it
Yeah.
input parameters. The return parameters have a little bit of changes to them, but we don't need to return anything currently. So we've got an object name string that's coming in. We're indexing our objects node based on that string name, and then we're sending that over to our use access and our mirror object for the object we care about that has the modifier. So because we gave this an input parameter, we have to go up to our run function node where we're using it, and now we have access to an object name parameter on the run function node. We
Ah,
need
yeah.
to get that variable that we set at the beginning, this this set variable node where we're setting the variable.
Mm-hmm.
Now we need to this one here. Now we need to get the
Yeah.
information from that variable. And so there's on the end panel, you can go to the variables section and add node, and you have a get variable. And we're going to plug the variable string because that's our stored object name
Yeah.
that we started with, and we're going to plug it into there. And I think we're executing all these operators in a row now. I believe we should be able to get the functionality of doing all of that with that single button click. So I'm going to go to my operator, or go back to my 3D viewport, select Suzanne, get rid of my plane, and get rid of the modifier. Save my blend file, and now I have access to my Add Mirror Plane button. Click it and see if everything works.
Yeah, set the modifier. Ah, yeah. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah.
Yep, it works. It
Yeah.
selects
Yeah.
the
It
plane
works.
as the
Yeah.
last
Yeah.
operation,
Yeah.
right?
But that's good because I wanted it so that when you you can immediately move your plane because
That's
it's
right.
directly selected. So it's you don't have to go and oh, okay, I have to click my plane again. Oh,
That's
okay,
right.
that's good.
Well,
Yeah.
cool, because I mean, we got that behavior by default because when you
Yeah.
add the
Yeah.
plane, it becomes a new active object.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
we're referencing the object data through a stored variable, so we can set properties on an object even though that object, like the Suzanne object, is no longer active. We can still change properties on it even if it's not selected, as long as the object exists in Blender. And
Yes.
so that's what we're doing with our function is we're going and setting the properties on its modifier while the plane is still selected. That's the power of building an add-on that you don't get to
Yeah.
do that when you're doing things manually.
Yeah.
You have to come
That's
back and select your object and click on things and come back to your plane.
yeah. But normally, you, yeah, okay, no, that's good.
So we've got like I don't know half of your add-on done.
Mhm.
We've got the at least the really important part of the add-on done.
Yeah.
The rest is just getting information, um,
Yeah.
getting information off of the plane. Now the only other thing that we
Hmm.
have to worry about a little bit is we do have we have the button that's still visible even with the plane selected. So what we can do is we can hide the add mirror plane if we have the mirror plane
Hmm.
selected.
Yes.
So let's go back to our node tree, and this is just going to be on our UI. Bring this slide my screen over just a little bit. So we're gonna hide the button if we already have a mirror modifier. We need a couple more conditions to also cause it to hide, and I think we can do that in line here. So we'll introduce a Boolean math node. I'm just going to shift this over a little bit. We're on our panel, and we're on the second if node. If you go to Shift A, there's a Boolean section on the Serpens nodes, and there's one that's called Boolean math. So Shift A, Boolean, Boolean math.
Okay.
Yep, and I'm going to plug this right in where the second if interface node is. I'm going to plug it right between these two nodes, the isIndex into collection and the second if Boolean condition. And a Boolean math node lets you do basically checks two Boolean inputs, and I have a couple of options to set for how I want the behavior to be. And means all the Boolean inputs have to all be true. If they're not all true, then the condition is going to be false coming out. So this one, this one, this one, and this one all would have to be true. That's what we're going to want for our inputs. So if I were to select this guy and set one of these faults, and we have to change the if behavior just a little bit, but that's okay. We basically want to say if our plane is the active object. So we have an active object node here on the left that we can steal, or you can bring in another object node. It doesn't matter. It won't be that one. It's going to be off of the first one. First if. We'll just bring in, actually, we'll just bring in an objects node. That's okay.
Yeah.
So Shift A, blend data, bring in an objects node. And we want to go to, see. I want to get the name. I think the name property is probably going to be, let's do the name properties. So on our properties window, just right click and get Serpens property for the name. That changes to the object data. And right click on the name and get Serpens property. Just paste this in over here. And I keep forgetting we don't even need the objects node because we can set this to property. I'm so used to Serpens too, I bring the objects node in for everything. So we're going to compare basically, we're going to compare the active object name value. If the name value equals the Y mirror plane, then we're going to set the value to true.
Yeah.
So you can bring Shift A, and there is a, oh, let's see. There's Boolean, there's a compare node. We're going to compare this name value. We can actually, we've got a portal right here. So I'm going to bring this to the second one, and we'll just pop in our portal right here. Because that's the name of our plane. And plug that into our Boolean. And get rid of the other Booleans on your, if you have a couple of these on, just hit the delete button to take them off. We have to work through how we want this Boolean to work. So if we have a modifier on our active object, if that is true, we don't want anything to happen. If the name is the same as our Y portal, then we also don't want anything to happen. Back to and. This and this. Okay, that'll be false. Change this to or. Okay, yeah, I think that's what we want. We want to set to or because I do have the modifier on. So if you get rid of your modifier on your object, you should see that button come back.
Okay.
And that's what we want. And then delete my mirror plane, save the file, click on my object. I can add a Y mirror plane.
Yes.
And now I don't have that button anymore. That's exactly what I want.
Yes. Cool.
Now, I guess this is a usability question. Do we want, like, what if you have multiple objects you want to mirror? Do you want it to search to see if the Y mirror portal name is in the string? Because if I had more than one Y mirror plane, like if I duplicate this, or let me just delete. I'll do another object here in my 3D viewport. bring in a torus. If I add a Y mirror plane for this guy,
Yeah, in my code I did it, but if there's already a Y existing, it cannot add another one.
okay. So that's
Just
that's what
one.
that's what we'll need to add for our functionality.
Yeah,
So if we already have that, we will just we'll neglect to have the operator available,
yeah.
period.
Hmm. Yes.
Um, so let's just do that in rather than okay. We need to update our code just a little bit. Delete that guy. Delete this guy. So if Y mirror plane is in the scene at all, then we need to, rather than getting it from the active object, we basically need to see if the object exists. Um, so we're gonna change up this boolean just a little bit. Rather than comparing the name, we're going to get rid of our compare, get rid of our name property. I got rid of the compare and I got rid of the name node to the left. Yep, that node. And we just want to check to see if the mirror plane object exists in the Blender scene. So we can duplicate this is index and collection and bring it down. And we want to go off of the objects node for this one. So Shift A, blend data, objects. And we want all objects. And then the index will be indexing off of this portal node. So I'm just going to duplicate my portal node down and bring it over. Now I need to plug in the in collection socket into my Boolean math node. So if I delete this plane and I delete my mirror modifier, I should see the button come back.
Yes.
Okay, that's exactly what we want now.
Yeah.
Just for
Okay,
that
work.
button. So we've got quite a bit going on with this interface for our UI, and we're all doing this for just one button. So this is a really good time to make an interface function, and then we can move this all off to the side.
Okay.
And then we can put other things on our panel because we're going to have other properties. So we can put all this stuff that's to the right here for this one button. We can select all of it, drag it off to the right just a little bit, save our blend file. This is a really good time, to introduce interface function. If I go to Shift A, and under interface, there is a function interface node. And go about halfway down, function interface.
Okay.
Keep going. There you go. I'm just going to disconnect my panel node and come over to my first if statement and plug in this function instead. Drag that out and plug in there. And then we can rename our interface function. And we're basically just using this for one button. So I like to give my interface functions just a UI FN prefix. And that helps me know that what I'm referencing. And we're going to be doing Add mirror. Add mirror mod. Something to that effect.
Yeah.
And then we just need to go back over to our panel, and we're going to call that interface function. So Shift A, and under interface, there should be a function run interface. Or you can do it via the search. Just type in function. It'll be a function run interface. Connect that into here. And we need to select our graph we made it in and our interface function. Now you should get that panel back, and you're only using one node for your panel.
Yeah.
Makes it nice and easy to put stuff on your panel.
Oh, yeah.
So while we're at it, I'm going to go back to my interface function. I'm just going to organize my graph just a touch. My function down below. And it's about this point. I mean, we've got a pretty decent node graph. If we want to see how fast it compiles this graph, you can actually go to your header section and scroll to the right, and you can see your compile time. Mine's compiling at 3.9 milliseconds, which is really fast. So we're not having to worry too much about the graph speed currently. But if your graph starts slowing down, it's probably time to start working on new graphs.
Okay. I have 1.9.
Okay. So you're still going pretty fast. I would say we can keep building on this graph as long as you're comfortable with being able to see everything.
Yeah.
Is your
Yeah.
graph getting too complex to look at, or are you doing okay?
No, it's good. It's fine.
Okay. Great times to use individual graphs would be when you're making functions. Like I've got a function here, and the only thing to be concerned about when you make another graph is if I'm using portals. I think portals travel through graphs in Serpens 3. I think, but I don't remember.
Sean,
Yeah,
when you select your monkey, just then do you have the button? No.
I do. Did you set your run interface function node to look at your go up to your panel? Um, all the way to the top there. Yep, and zoom in on your panel. UIFN add mirror mod. Oh, it's because you have the mirror plane. If you have the mirror plane, you won't show your button.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
We're gonna do another interface function. So I'm just gonna come down to the one I had, save, and then duplicate it up. And before you rename it, just make sure to save. And we're going to do this one. So this is the UI for, we're going to be doing stuff on the plane, right?
Yeah.
So mirror plane props. And then now that I've made this function, we'll do another run function on our panel. On my panel, I just duplicate the run function, bring it down one, and change it to look at the other function. And connect it in. Now I go back to my function declaration where I'm building stuff on my function node.
Mhm.
And this is where we're going to be getting the properties from the Y mirror plane. So we need to check to see if the Y mirror plane is available before we start showing its properties. Otherwise, Blender's going to error out,
Yeah.
um, saying you're trying to access Y mirror plane's properties, but I don't see a Y mirror plane object. So we need to do pretty much the same thing we did below. This is index and collection. We can copy the one where we're indexing objects for the Y mirror plane.
Mhm.
Shift D and bring that up to the next function. And bring in an if else for the interface and plug that in. That's the very first thing we'll check is the mirror plane there.
Is it the interface? Yeah.
And then in this case, we want it to be true. So if the mirror plane is available, we want to access data on it.
Mhm.
So just for quick testing, I'm going to bring in a label and plug it into true. And does my label show up?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know that that's working. I'm going to go ahead and just do a little bit of testing. So I'm going to delete my plane. The label should go away.
Yes.
To delete my modifier and add it back in. It's for testing. Cool.
Yeah. Works.
So now all we have to do is click on our plane, go to our object data properties, and you want the location. So you can right click on the location, get the property, Shift V, and in order to display this property for use in Serpens, you have a special node on the interface called display property.
Okay. Yeah.
Give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm back. So on interface, we have a display property node, and you'll plug in the property socket into that node. And then plug that in your interface, and you should see your property show up. And it will default to showing it as a row of
Yeah.
properties. If you want it
Okay.
to show up vertically, all we need to do is
The
add in a column node.
column. Yeah.
So interface and column. And if you want the label to show up, the display property has a label.
Mhm.
So I can type in location for my label.
Oh yeah.
We probably want to do maybe like just talk about what location, like which object's location we're affecting. So how did you label this on your UI?
Just the location for the plane, so you don't have to go on your right side to or to your see.
So
You
on
don't
the
have to go to your items to change everything. Just
yeah,
even if the plane isn't selected, when you change the variables, it moves the plane.
yeah. So as I move the Y around, I can adjust that plane, right?
Yeah, it's just affecting the plane. even if it's not selected.
Yep. Even if it's not selected, I can affect it
Yeah,
and
yeah,
move it around.
yeah,
I could select Suzanne and it would still move that plane.
yeah.
And the reason why it's moving that plane is because we copied the location property from the named
Oh,
object
yeah, yeah.
yMirror plane. So it's
Oh, yeah.
always going to be pulling the location on the display property from that object. And if we delete
Mhm.
that object, so let's say I delete my mirror modifier and I delete the plane, like that property will no longer show up because we have this if statement in front. If
Yeah,
if the mirror plane's not in the object collection, then we're not going to be displaying anything because nothing's coming out of false.
nice, nice.
Now, yeah, I think that works pretty good. So wire mirror plane
Yeah,
location. Now we want to do, so we have a display property with this column. I'm going to move the display property over just to give it some room. And hide this, or just bring it in a little bit. There we go. And because I'm referencing the object name, I'm using that portal for a lot of things. I still want to continue using that portal because if I decide I want to change the name, I can always change it in one location rather than changing it
oh,
everywhere.
yeah, oh, yeah.
So I'm going to bring that portal over for my object. And plug it right into the location object string. Okay, we want to do the rotation as well.
Yeah,
So get the Serpens property, and we can literally grab all three of these, duplicate them down, and then I can just Shift V. I'm pasting in my new property and plugging that in instead, deleting the old one. Yep, so just Shift V and bring in the property, Shift V, paste it in. And you plug your property into the property. And then we plug the interface from the column node. Now we've got both a location and a rotation, but we need to change the label on our display property to say rotation. So now I can test that to make sure it works. Sweet.
yeah.
And we have, did you want to access the scale as well?
Yeah, that's not very necessary, but yeah, I have put it on also.
Okay. We can do get Serpens property for the scale, paste it in, and we're just going to be rinsing and repeating the display property duplication down. Change my label to scale.
Yeah,
And I should be able to adjust the scale of this plane too. Sweet. And if you delete that plane, it should it should um, make
they
it go
go away.
away.
Okay,
Yep,
yeah,
we
yeah.
already tested that with one, right? Doing a very small blockout attempt with the label We know that that works.
Cool.
Now all we need is a couple of extra buttons. We've got one for, go back to our pseudocode here. So hide, we want to set hide for the plane.
Mhm.
And we want an apply and a cancel button. And we want a few more things. We've got one column node with all of these items for display properties. We want the hide button on top. So we can really just rinse and repeat, do another interface function. So shift all these down. I just bring my whole graph down or move your panel up, either way. Then we're going to make room for another interface function, and I'm going to copy the first set of nodes. So the function, the objects node, the if statement, and the column. I'm going to copy all of these because we only want the stuff to show up if that plane is visible. We already have good functionality working off of this function, so I'm just going to duplicate that and bring it up. And we'll have this one be UIFN, Y mirror plane, show hide.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it will let slashes in. It might.
Okay. Do an underscore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't remember if slashes are, they're sometimes associated with Windows syntax or the escape clause.
Okay.
And then we just need to come up to our panel and bring in another uninterface function down. Set it to our new function. But we want it in, we want it on the one above the properties. So show hide and then the props.
Yeah.
We want it to show up first. Okay. And then we'll come back down to our interface function.
Show hide.
And this is really just a property that's already on the object. And it's this property here, hide viewport.
No, it's the other. It's the monitor.
The monitor one.
The
Okay.
symbol.
So
Because I don't think that the eyedropper, the eye symbol, goes back on. I think just off. Or did it change already?
I don't know. Let's see.
Because in Python, when you use the eye symbol, that it's just the hide. It works, but you can get it back to visible again. That's why I use the monitor icon, the view.
Okay.
What do you call it? The hide viewport. The hide set doesn't work back again.
So this one is associated with the scene, and I think these one is associated with the objects. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit different
It's
data
for,
access for one or the other. They both do different things. They look like they do roughly the same thing when you turn them on and off. But we can grab the monitor one. That's fine. So that's going to be under the object data properties under visibility. It's going to be show in viewports, and you can highlight it here and just right click and get property. You should be able to copy it.
Visibility.
Just make sure you select your plane first. Well, it doesn't really matter as long as you're selecting a mesh object. And then under visibility, there should be a show in viewports section on the object data.
I lost something.
Is your plane? Oh, you're hiding your plane. You need to turn your plane show viewport back on your outliner. There you go. Yeah, so go to object data and then in visibility, you'll have a show in viewports. Right click and get Serpens property.
Is it the same? Oh, yeah. Okay, I took it from here. It was the same.
Yep, and we're just gonna be getting that mirror portal for the object name, same as we've been doing. And we want to duplicate the display property up. You can just duplicate one of those display properties if you want. And just change the label. So just connect that into your column node.
Yep. Okay.
And you should see that hide plane.
Yeah. Cool.
And this one comes with the default icon that's already associated with the
Yeah.
property. That's why it shows up. And you could, I think you can give it a different icon if you want. So if I wanted to give it like a, it'll toggle between whatever associated icons are with it.
And also a custom icon or not?
Yep, yeah, you can do a custom icon on that for sure.
Okay, okay.
If I wanted to do my blanchsb icon, I could totally do that.
Yeah.
And the because this comes with an icon, it's like an icon switcher built in for this specific property.
Yeah.
It will switch to a non-icon when you toggle it.
Okay.
If that's okay,
Yeah, okay, that's no problem.
that's fine. Otherwise, if you don't like that functionality, you can create your own Serpens property and assign it to an object and set it to a Boolean. And then when you update the property, you're just changing the parameter on the viewports. But that's a little bit more complex of a solution. You can totally do that.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
I think you can get another way to do it is you can do a switch icon. So interface. Tools. Let's see.
display icon.
Not display icon. It'll be a switch icon. There's a switch data. Oh, here we go. Boolean switch icons. On the Shift A, Boolean, and then switch icons. You can plug in the same icon to both. And just put the property in for the switch. I think that should give it the icon both times. Nope, it doesn't. Oh man, that's too bad. Yeah. So you'll have to make your own property if you want it to have two icons. If you're using a custom icon, that's fine. Now, if you want the icon to show up on the other side of the click, you can do the invert checkbox. It will show the icon on the other side.
Oh.
So just FYI.
Oh, it's still the same. Okay. Still on the same side.
Yeah, the checkbox just inverts. So the behavior on the checkbox is basically telling you you've hidden it or not. However you want that to show up.
Okay.
I'll just leave mine as default.
So I don't think it will be used a lot. I think.
Yeah.
It's just for. You're just gonna cancel or when it's cancelled or applied. So no problem.
Yeah. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is add in, we'll save our file. And we've done quite a bit since our last whip save, so I'm going to save another copy of my whip. Just save a copy, and then I'll just do basic 2. I like save copy because I don't have to resave. It just sends a copy wherever I wanted it to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got buttons, and we want our button to show up after our parameters. Is that right?
Yeah.
So here's a question. Do you want the ability to collapse the properties down when not needed? Or do you like them always visible?
Yeah, it can be visible because I have, for the 3-axis, I have also made it possible that when you enter one axis, the other 2 panels collapse. So I always have enough space to have them visible.
Okay.
So no problem.
Okay, cool. If we wanted to collapse just this part down, you could make a sub panel to do that. And you just put your function on that sub panel for that, and then that would allow you to collapse it like this one does.
Yeah, okay. But no, it's no problem for now.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and add the next button. So we're just going to bring up our next interface function. So I'm going to duplicate the 4 nodes again, the 1, 2, 3, 4 combo here. And then this one is going to be for cancel, right?
Yeah.
Y mirror cancel. And then I need to duplicate my run interface function. And we want this at the bottom.
I check. Put it first of all, height before the rotation, the location, and the scale.
Okay, so location, rotation, and scale. We'll have that at the
in
bottom.
front of it, yeah.
And we want the cancel above it.
Mm.
And we're definitely gonna need a button for this because we're gonna be doing a few things. So on this latest interface function, I'm going to make a button. So Shift A, interface, and button. Because we want to cancel the Y mirror plane. So we want to go back to our object and let's see. We're going to remove the modifier from the object, and we're going to remove the mirror plane object itself, right? We're going to change this button from a Blender operator to a custom operator. I'm going to go choose an icon, and I'm going to use the circle with an X on it. And just give it a label. Oh, I just named the button. Sorry, I didn't actually put a
Oh, okay,
label
okay, okay,
noted.
bad.
My bad, my bad. And we need to make an operator for this. So I'll just put the operator off to the right for now, just so I don't lose track of where I'm working. So Shift A, program operator. And cancel Y mirror plane. We want to go find the object that has the mirror plane modifier. Yeah, operator, and just give it a name. So we need to scan through all of our objects and look for the object that has the Y mirror plane modifier. So we need to access at least the remove modifier operation. So bpyops object modifier remove. So you can right click and copy. Oh, object modifier remove. There's a couple ways to grab this, because I can't right click and get it. Right. I can actually perform the operation, so I'll just add in another modifier real quick and hit the X key. And if I go to my info panel here on the bottom left, you should see the bpyops object modifier remove. But yeah, I just added in any modifier, and array is pretty easy to add. Then I just delete the array modifier, and in the info panel, you'll see that the last operation was the object modifier we want, and so I can right click and copy that.
Yeah.
And if that didn't work, you can actually just open up your console and try typing it out. But since we were able to copy it from the info panel, you can go
Yeah.
to the Shift A button, and we're going to go to Program and Run Operator. You should be able to still paste that operator right in.
Oh, yeah.
I love this feature of Serpens. Like I can just I can copy the operator
Oh,
name from
okay,
anywhere.
it doesn't make a difference which modifier you choose. It just copies the
Yeah,
name because I've chosen bearer and you have chosen the array modifier. So
yeah, it comes with a default
yeah, yeah, okay,
like
mm,
default parameters. You have to feed it information.
yeah, okay.
And then do you want to report that you deleted the modifier? You can. But we need to go find the modifier.
Mhm,
So we probably ought to select our object first um, from the objects in the scene. And so let's see how we're going to loop through all of our objects. So we're going to need the object node. We might actually have this already being done elsewhere.
yeah,
Uh,
it has to select the plane and the modifier. So
yeah, we actually don't even need to select the plane. I think we can just delete the plane without selecting it. Um, we just need to be able to loop. We'll create it rather than searching
mhm,
for it. So Shift A, we're going to go to blend data, objects, and then we're going to loop through all objects in the scene.
mhm,
So we want Shift A, program, and loop 4. And does the object on the item, we'll look inside of its modifiers, and is the Y mirror plane modifier there? And I know that we have this that we can copy. It's going to be part of the function where we add the modifier. Let's see here. Modifier is active object. Oh, we used it off of active object. Okay. We need to get it from the blend data browser. That's fine. I'm going to come back over to my operator. Myself some screen space. Go in the blend data browser. We're going to clear our filter. We're going to click on the data tab. And under objects, we'll do a little filter search for objects. You don't need to copy context in this case. We're going to be going
but
anytime you click on data, you don't need to worry about context because
okay, okay, yeah.
data refers to all data in the blend file. And so I just click on data. I'm going to filter based on my object search,
Mhm,
obj, and open this up. And I'm going to look for Suzanne. And when I open Suzanne up, I can filter for modifiers. And I want to get that collection property for object modifiers. Copy it, and then Shift V to paste it. Go back to your filter, and if you just click the undo button on the filter, it's just for the object, not that one, but the one right next to the filter. This one right here. There you go. Now
yeah,
click on the filter again. Anytime you click on something in this list, you're going to filter only those properties and the name. And so we're looking for a collection.
okay,
Um,
collection.
yeah, because modifiers is a group of items. So you should be able to see modifiers now. And I want to copy that collection pointer. So you click the little copy icon here on the right side of it, and we're gonna bring that property in. I don't care about the object name in this case. I'm looking for the object property.
Yeah.
I come in for my item. So I'm basically going through each object in my scene. Let me bring this back over. For every object in my scene, I want to check the modifiers, and I want to see if that Y mirror modifier is in the list of modifiers.
Oh, yeah.
So I need to do an is index and collection node. So A, and this is going to be under properties, is index and collection. The very top one, yep, is index and collection. And plug in modifiers to the collection property. Since we know it's a group of items, it doesn't matter that it's a circle. And then we're gonna index by name, and we're gonna go grab our little a little portal node.
Mortal.
Grab our portal node. And search the index for every object to see if it has this property named the same name as our Y mirror. So we need an if else node. So program if else. And we're going to tie the repeat from the function or from the for loop into the if else. And then we check if the index of our named modifier is in the collection of modifiers. We can probably just we can probably check to see if the object has modifiers in the first place. So we'll do another if. Just going to duplicate it to the left. And I'll plug the modifiers directly in here. Does the object have modifiers? So if the object has modifiers, check to see if this modifier name is there. If not, it's just going to go to the next item, because there's nothing happening for the false. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So we want to grab the named, the modifier name. And we already know the modifier name, but we need to pull it from, we need to activate that object and
Yeah.
pull the modifier off of it. So we need to set our active object. So the way that you set an active object is you can grab your objects node. Over here on the left a little bit. Just duplicate it and bring it over to the right. We're going to basically set a property for the active object. So you need a set property node. So Shift A, properties, set property. And we're going to set the property that we're setting is called the active object. And we need to point to the object that we were looping through. So that object that has the modifiers is now going to be our active object. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you just need to change the data to property on the set property node. So this is quite a bit. So before we run this remove modifier operator, let's just see if we can activate um, our object by clicking the button. So I'm going to save, and I'll select my mirror. And let's just see if I can click this button and if it will select Suzanne. Oh, I need to set my button. I'm sorry. I need to set my button to my new cancel. Make sure you assign your button to your newly made operator. Go left where you're
Okay.
using the button. Yeah, assign it. Assign it here.
Okay.
So save and then run the operator. Okay, cool. So it still has the other things selected. That's okay. Um, oh, where's your hide button? Do you not have your button? Oh, you need to put your run function
Okay,
on
yeah.
your panel. Yep.
I don't have my run function. It was in front of. Oh my god! Just a minute.
You're okay.
Yes. Oh,
I've just got mine called mirror cancel for my.
uh, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now save and see if it selects the other
Oh,
object. Oh,
yeah. Hmm.
all right. So what's our error?
View layer doesn't contain objects. VC repeat. Hmm.
Okay, so let's go to your operator. Let's just troubleshoot real quick. I'll bring your screen over. Okay, so cancel operator. We're going to loop all objects. Does the object have modifiers? True. And we're going to index. Are we in our index? True. So come over one more. I set the active object to that property. That looks right. Go over to your button. Are you bringing this button right here on your UI? If you can see my screen, I'm highlighting it with my mouse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This one, yeah.
So you have a cancel operator tied to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's our interface function? Go left to the function that we're actually making. This is called cancel. We got it cancel here. Property for active object. Save again, and let's click on the button. Okay, so in line invoke and execute. View layer does not contain object BC repeat. Oh, okay. Let's do all objects in the scene instead of all objects. So go right where we're looping in our operator, and instead of all objects, do all active scene objects instead. Now save and run the button. Okay, so we're not getting an error anymore. Do you have
No.
the
Yeah.
the Y mirror modifier?
Yes.
So click on your plane and click cancel. Doesn't seem to be switching over.
No.
Does your console is your console doing anything? You have to go find your console window and bring it up. It's probably active. You just need to go to your Windows and
Mm-hmm.
select it. I can't see it, but does it have
Okay.
anything? Does it have anything good on it?
It's the same. Location unknown. Runtime error. View layer doesn't contain objects. BC repeats.
Okay, so click the trash can icon next to console.
Yeah.
Now click your button, cancel, and see
Mm-hmm.
if anything prints on the console.
No. Nothing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Active seeing objects. Go right on your operator, or where you're setting the property for the active object. We're setting the property to the value. And we're looking for, we're indexing. Oh, you need to do, instead of index, you've got index going
Okay.
into
In
your Boolean.
collection. In
Yep,
collection.
in collection. There we go.
Save.
Now let's hit cancel. There we go. So it's not selecting it, but it is activating it, and that's good enough.
Okay.
Um, we'll do activate the object. Um, we'll do activate the object or select the object next. So it's active, it's just not selected.
Okay.
So the next thing we're going to do, now that we've got it activated, we need to do a select set on the active object. So if you come back to your blend data browser, you should have your object still filtered down.
Yes.
Just hit this back arrow on the filter
Yeah.
and open the filter back up again
Mm-hmm.
and just type the word select in there. And we have a select set function.
Yeah.
And then you can shift V and paste that. And then we're going to do that as the next execute. And we can change it from the object named Suzanne to, and then set our state to true.
Yeah.
And since we activated the object, it should make that object become the active object.
Okay.
So now when we push the button, it should make it selected and active.
Yes.
Cool. Now, if I had the plane selected before and I push it, the plane is still technically selected, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be
Yeah.
deleting the plane, so it doesn't really make a big deal.
Yeah. Okay.
So we will now remove modifier, so we can tie in this run operator that we had just sitting and waiting to be used. We can plug the execute in on that. And we want to bring over our portal because that's got the modifier name. Portals are so handy now. Look how many times we've used it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And,
13,
yeah,
14, 15, 16, 17. So if you had tried to type a name in on something there, I would guarantee you'd probably miss it at one point or another. You spend all this time troubleshooting your add-on because you named something somewhere. Portalers are the bomb, man. Okay, so we've got this tied in. We've got it to remove a modifier. I don't know if we need invoke or not, but we'll leave it on.
no,
And let's save
yeah, it
and
works.
try to remove modifier. Sweet. And do we get any console
Yeah,
errors?
yeah, no,
I got a reporting. Remove modifier. Cool.
yeah, same.
So all that's left to do now is to remove the
The plane.
plane. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we probably um we so we'll just take a step back real quick. We're looping through all objects. I'm going to change this back to all scene objects. So we're looping through our active scene objects. For each object, we check to see if it has modifiers. If it does, we'll check to see if the named modifier for our Y
Yeah.
mirror is there.
Mm-hmm.
If it is, we're going to set that object as the active object.
Yeah, because if you have in your scene different modifier, the mirror modifier, it will not be deleted because it has this
That's right.
unique name. Yeah.
But the problem that we have with this loop is even though it came and did this action, it will still continue looping through all the remaining objects in the scene. And we don't
Yeah.
need
Okay.
to use the loop anymore now that we've found our item. So this is a perfect
Okay.
time
Yeah.
to use a break. So after we've removed the modifier,
Mm-hmm.
we'll do a Shift A, and under Program, there should be a break node. This tells the loop to stop running.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Hey, we found what we wanted. We removed the modifier.
Yeah.
Let's just stop looping through objects now.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good bit of code that we've done on this operator. I would say we can probably move this into a function now. So I'm just going to shift all this code tied to my operator to the right and make a function. Yeah, so I just grabbed everything, and shifted it right. And then I'll add a function and replace it with that first node.
Yeah.
Okay. Remove Y mirror mod. And then I'm just going to run that function. Shift A, and under program, function run. And tie that right into my operator. Now, I learned this from Joshua. Typically, when you're running an operator, have the operator call a function and make the function do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Because then you can move your function elsewhere, and we can do a couple things back to back in our operator without getting like now I can just troubleshoot my function if I'm having problems in my function. Like the error codes will generate associated with this. So we need to do we've removed the modifier, now we need to remove the plane. So I'm gonna duplicate this function down one. And we're just going to remove, instead of the Y mirror mod, remove Y mirror plane. And we're going to use the same objects node above. And we're going to use, yeah, I'll just duplicate that down. We're going to do another is index and collection. So under properties, is index and collection node. Oh, yeah. That over. And then we need an if else node. I can just copy this one up here. And just make sure we plug in our Boolean into the if else node and the execute into the execute. Then we're going to search off of the name on the is index and collection. And we're going to grab our little portal node. And if we do see this object in the collection, we're going to basically remove it from the collection.
Sure.
And then all we have to do is we'll go to our Blend Data Browser. And go up to my objects. And there should be a remove. Like on the objects, like you can clear all your filters. And just type in objects, obj. You should have a remove function at the bottom. And I just plug that into the true statement on my if node.
Mm-hmm.
And then I need to tie the object that we're basically going to use index node, index collection property. So it's a whole nother node, yeah.
Yeah. Index collection property.
And I'm just going to duplicate my objects node over one. Plug it into my scene objects and duplicate my portal over. And set it to name. Set the index to name right here on this node. Yep. And then I'm going to plug that object into here. I think we can do unlink. I want to say you can do all these on the remove. Completely blast it out. I think that'll work. We'll try it. And we've made the function now, but we still have to do a run function on the operator. I'll just move my functions over a little bit. And duplicate my run function node. and point it to the next function. Let's save and see how it works. My properties over a little bit.
Retreat. Works fine.
Yep. Cool. So there's our cancel button. Made our own custom operator for it. We're back to our object.
Nice.
Okay, so this is a good time to save. we've got great stuff we've been doing.
Yeah, it's a simple add-on, but it's few things that you have to be worrying about.
Yeah, it's coming along nicely too. So I'm just going to group my functions with my operators. My first operator's got these two functions it's running. My second operator's got these two functions it's running. Okay. And then the only other one we're going to need is the apply, right? We want to add an apply button. So if I add my plane, I want to now have an apply for my plane.
Yes.
We'll add that. We want that on the bottom, right?
Yeah. And it's only visible if you select your object.
Okay. So we'll only if you select the object that has that modifier, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's duplicate. Let's see. Objects. Duplicate our interface function. And I'll just call up my Y mirror apply. We only want it on the active object, so we have to have an active object to begin with, right? So Shift A, blend
Yes.
data, objects. And I can plug my active object directly into my if else. So if I have an active object, and you need a interface if else. They have the
Yeah.
yellow sockets. That's okay. So just for anybody who's watching, if else executes have the white sockets, and the if else interface have the yellow sockets. Do you have two nodes there on the if else?
No. Yeah.
Okay, delete that one. That's okay.
Strange.
I'm watching you.
It's not connecting. Strange.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay.
So we actually do want to duplicate this if else, and we're going to bring it to the right and connect in our trues. And then we want to, on the active object, we want to see if the active object has the mirror modifier. So
Mm-hmm.
we can actually just come over to this uh, modifier name, or actually, you know what? We can just come over to. This is where we can copy our context. This will be a good one to copy context from.
Oh, yeah.
Or we can do it from data. That's fine too. So on data, open up Suzanne or whoever. It doesn't matter who is, as long as it's a mesh object.
Yeah, yes, okay. Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to filter to modifiers. And then you're going to grab that collection property on modifiers, the the whole collection.
Is it the
The one that just says modifier, object modifier, and it'll say
okay,
collection next to
okay,
it.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
You can copy that property, and then when you bring it in, you can set it from name to property. So basically, do we have an active object? If we do, let's check its modifiers, and we're
Mm-hmm.
going to see if the isIndex and collection trick that we've been using. So Shift A, properties, isIndex and collection. Change it to name on the isIndex and collection. And then let's grab our little portal, our Y mirror portal.
But it's good that it has another color.
That's right, helps you find it. Where's my green? Portals are so cool. I love portals. Then we just plug in, you're going to plug the portal into the index.
Yeah.
And then we plug the in collection into our next if. Okay. And
Yeah.
then we want to bring a button in. So Shift A, interface, and button. We can just call it apply for now.
Yeah.
And now we need to put this interface function on our interface for our panel. And now you should see the apply button at the bottom.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
it should only show up if that object is still active and it has the modifier. So if I get rid of the modifier, it's not going to show up.
Yeah. Cool. To change the size of the button of the apply, um, when do we do that?
We can come over to our interface function where the button is. And all you have to do is
Yeah.
put a column node in front of it or
Ah,
a row
yeah,
node.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Mhm.
and just change the Y scale. You can scale it up to like 2.
Yeah. Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I scaled my 2 buttons on top too, just for fun. Okay, so we have the apply button. It's not tied to anything currently. So now we need to make a Blender operator for applying, or we need to make a custom operator. So go back to our button, and we need to change it to custom. And then just to the right, we'll add in another operator. So Shift A, program operator. And apply mirror. I like to give my operators descriptions because if you don't give them
Yes.
descriptions, when you highlight them with your mouse, if you have tooltips
Mm-hmm.
enabled, it will just say
Yeah.
undocumented.
Yes.
So after I made my operator, I'm going to make sure I click on my button and assign it to my operator. And what's nice about this is we can actually reuse some code here. On our previous operator, we made a function to remove the Y mirror plane. We're still going to call that
Yeah.
function when we apply the operator. So we'll remember that because we already did all the hard work for that. We'll apply the modifier first, and then we'll delete the mirror plane, right?
Yeah.
So up on our new operator, so apply mirror. So we need to go find our object again. And this time, instead of removing the modifier, we want to apply the modifier. And there should be on your object modifiers properties. If you click this little drop down, you should see the apply.
Apply. Yeah.
So I can't copy the
No.
copy the
No.
operator because it's coming out of a drop down. But we can do the
Mm-hmm.
same thing on a dummy
And
object. So
then
I can just add in like a cube or something and give it a array modifier. And then when I click on apply in our info panel, we should see that we have a modifier apply operator.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just
Copy
copy
that one.
that. And then you have to add in a run operator for this. You should be able to paste it. And we're gonna use like the exact same code that we use for removing the operator. So rather than making a whole new function,
Yeah.
what would be cool is if we can just have it check to see if something is set to remove or apply. So
Oh yeah.
I'm actually gonna I'm gonna move this node down where that function is.
Plane.
So the function that we called remove Y mirror mod. It won't be a user. It won't be an interface function. It'll be a execute function. We'll have the white diamond sockets. Add plane. Keep going.
Okay.
Oh, they're over there. Yep.
remove mirror plane. So I move it to there.
Move it up to the one where we're removing the modifier. I think it's the first one. Go up a little bit more. Yep, right there.
Yeah.
So put it right below the remove operator that's right there at the end. So put it below the one I'm highlighting with my mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically we can do an if else statement and basically say if remove, do remove, else do apply. So we'll just put an if else node right here. Yep, and just put it right in between. You can actually make it connect right in. And then so if the bool is true, if it's false, we'll do the other. And then on the continue, do the continue part and make the break come out of the continue. So just connect the continue over to the break node, and you can put that one at the bottom. You just drag your break node down at the very bottom. Yeah, somewhere over here out of the way.
Okay.
So all we need to do now is feed in some sort of Boolean to our if else node. So if you go over to the beginning of the function, we can make an input parameter. It's at the very top there, still on the function.
Oh, still here?
Yeah, on the function at the very beginning of the function, you have parameters you can add. So the little input plus icon there.
Oh, here, yeah. Okay.
Yep, just hit the plus icon and change the data type to Boolean. And then just say remove for the name. Okay. And I'm going to do that on my screen real quick. So input, remove, change it to Boolean. I need to add my if else real quick. I'm behind you. So true, we'll remove. False, we won't. And we just need to plug in our little Y portal to our modifier, and we can report if we want, or our apply. Yep. And report will just print it to the console if you want that reported.
Yep.
And then we can take our Boolean input and just drag it all the way out to that if statement. At the very end.
Screen.
Very last if else. Right up, go up a little bit more. Yep, perfect. So now when we call this function, probably ought to change its name. So save before you change its name.
Yeah.
So fn remove or apply. Y mirror mod. Okay. And then we need to go to the operator that called that function. So our first operator where we wanted to remove stuff. Zoom in more, go right just a little bit. Yeah, that's the operator, and you have the first function there on the right side of it that has the little remove checkbox now. We want to remove it for this operator. For the new operator we're using, we're going to use this same function, but turn the remove to false. And that should apply the modifier, right? We're doing the exact same thing, except for we'll just be applying instead of removing. So let's take a look. Where did I put that? The new operator here. So my new apply operator. We're just going to add that run function node. So function run. And we can do the function remove or apply, and then just set the remove defaults. And that should make it apply.
Okay.
And we can save and test this out. Oh, before we test it out, let's call the other function while we're at it, because we want to delete that y plane. So I'm just going to duplicate my run function node, bring it over, and change this to remove y mirror plane. This is why functions are so handy, because we can just reuse code now.
True.
So let's save our file and test this out. So my apply button only shows up when I select my object.
Yeah.
And my console reported that I applied my modifier. Cool.
Yes.
The only other thing we have to do now is go into edit mode.
We still have to make it separate also.
Yep, separate by loose parts.
Yeah.
And then go back to object mode. So we need to swap over to edit mode. So the easy way to do that is just on our object mode dropdown in the 3D viewport. You can right click on edit mode and copy the operator. And then after our function here, and Shift V and do a run operator. We're going to change our mode to turn the eye icon on for mode and go to edit mode. You just turn the icon on right here on one of your parameters for mode.
Okay, yeah.
And then change that to edit.
Edit, yeah.
Yep. And then while we're in edit mode, let's go ahead and actually go into edit mode in our 3D viewport. And do we need to select all? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay, so select all is under select and all. Just copy that operator. And Shift V, bring in our run operator. And then we want to do, I think it's under mesh and separate.
By loose
parts. And just right click and get Serpens operator. Shift V and paste that in. And turn on your little type icon and change it to loose. And then we can just duplicate our set object mode operator. That's 2 operators to the left. And we're just going to go back to object mode. Put it at the end. We can technically, you want to handle what's selected after we've gone back to object mode? Because you'll have 2 items that are selected.
First one. Yeah, I think maybe first one that you have made a copy of.
Okay, so after the returning to object mode, we'll just go Shift A, grab an objects, and then do Shift A and go to our properties, and we're going to index a collection item or index collection property. And we're going to do off of selected objects this time. And then we need a set property node. So Shift A, under properties, set property. This will be kind of funny. We're going to be grabbing the active object property, and we're going to be setting the index 0 selected object. Change the set property to look at a property, and then plug the indexed property of 0.
The value.
Yep.
And put it on property. Good execute. Okay.
Okay. And we can
Yes.
we probably need to deselect all objects first. So I'm going to grab these 3 nodes and move them right.
Yeah.
We've already got the deselect all. Deselect all. We need to turn the action on and set it to select. Okay, you already did that. Now we'll duplicate it, and we're going to make it go to deselect after the go back to object mode. There you go. So now that we have everything deselected, we're activating an object, but activating an object doesn't select it, so we have to do a select set. And we've already got that code that's somewhere else in our graph, but we can grab it again. It's not a big deal. So on our blend data browser, under Suzanne, or whatever mesh object, doesn't really matter. Clear the filter on the object, and then open up the filter and type in select. And we want select set.
Select get or set? Set.
Yep, select set.
Yeah, okay.
And plug that in after our set property. And then you're going to go to property on the type, and we're going to set it to the same indexed object. And we're going to set the state to true.
Yeah, okay.
That's quite a few things running in succession. So these can probably all go into a function. All these nodes that aren't in a function, we can just move them off to the right a little bit and make a new function to put them in.
Yeah, I did this always with script. run script.
And we'll just state separate selection. So fn separate object by loose parts.
Great.
And then we just grab another run function at the end of our second function. Just duplicate this one over. Move my function out of the way a little bit. And then go select my new function, separate by loose parts. Now it's time to do some testing again. So we'll save our blend file, cancel, add, apply. Oh, I got a thing.
Yeah, same. The plane is. Oh.
All right, select all, poll failed, context is incorrect. Okay, so we have to go into our select all operators. So deselect all, and there's an operator context at the very top. And
The first one.
yep, the first one.
Yeah. The default to the.
Change them to 3D view. You can change all these to 3D view. Let's see if that fixes it. You have to do it for all these run operators that we did back to back. Oh, I know why. Okay. We copied the select all from a different operator. Okay. This is a great time to actually introduce a troubleshooting feature. I don't know why I didn't think of this until now. So on these run operator nodes, you have in your Serpens end panel, the settings, you can turn on debug sockets.
Something. Yeah.
And your graph might slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this deselect all is, I'm going to turn debug sockets off. This deselect all is probably coming from the mesh mode. So we need to do, so in edit mode, edit, select. So this is bpyops mesh select all when I highlight it with my mouse in edit mode. But when I'm in object mode, this is bpyops object select all. So we need to be careful
Yeah,
which one. We need to be careful which one we're
yeah,
using. So we need to copy
do,
this one and put it on the select all for the deselect. So we just need to replace this one.
um,
Just the one at the end.
the,
Yeah.
the run, yeah, okay, the deselect.
Yeah, you can
So
turn
I
off
have to
your
go to,
go to object mode, turn off your debug sockets. There you go.
yeah,
So in object
mm-hmm,
mode, go to your select menu.
yeah,
And if you
all,
highlight all, you can right click and copy that one. Yeah, get that operator.
yeah,
And then Shift V, the run operator, and just put it above it.
yeah,
And
okay.
we're going to bring our execute in over here. Turn my action on and set it to deselect. And then I just hook up the executes.
Let's try. Hmm.
So let me try applying on my, oh, index 0 is out of range for size 0. Oh, okay, this is a dumb one. We deselected all of our objects. So we're trying to index off of selected objects, and there is no index because we just deselected them all. Um, so rather than deselecting all of our objects, I'm sorry. Let's just bypass the deselect. Yeah, just bypass it. You can delete it. Delete that operator. So let's run it now and verify that it works. So it's got the first index selected. The second index is not active, but it's still selected. So we can loop through the selected objects, and if the object is not active, deselect it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
If you want, um,
yeah.
that's probably the way to go. So at the very end of our function, we're going to do
Mm-hmm.
duplicate the objects node and just move it over. And we're going to add in a for loop. So Shift A, program for each, or loop for. And we're going to plug the selected objects into it. Bring in the execute.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to bring in a compare node. So Shift A, Boolean compare. And plug the item in from the for loop.
Put it on property first.
Yeah, you can change it to property. That's fine. Plug into that data,
Okay.
bring the compare down, and we're going to plug in the active object as the other item.
Ah, yeah. Makes sense.
and then just say if not equal to. It's not equal to the active object. We can actually duplicate the select set just to the left of our for loop. Bring it right. We still have a little bit more to do. We have to plug this Boolean in to an if node.
Yeah.
So bring a shift A, program if else. And plug in the repeat to the if else from the for loop. And then we plug in the compare Boolean into the condition. So if your compare is not equal to your active object for each of the selected objects, so if that's true, we want that select set. We can literally just copy it from the left of our for loop. We already have the node.
Oh, yeah.
It came from the blend data browser, so we can go get it again, or we can just duplicate this one.
Okay.
And we need to plug the item in into our object. So the loop item, set it to be unselected. That should finish that function off. So now it should deselect the second object and leave the first one selected. Bob's your uncle, I got it. Did it work for yours? Just go select your object now. You have to move the plane. There you go.
Yeah. Let's go.
So item data, come over a little bit, selected objects, active objects. Okay, keep coming over, keep coming over. Index 0. Can you select one or more of those objects? Click on the one. Is it separating them by loose parts?
Which one? Yeah.
If you click on one of these cylinders or one of these spheres in your 3D viewport, can you select one, or does it select them both?
No. It's both.
Okay, so we're not separating by loose parts properly. So let's look for. So we're moving to edit mode.
Yeah.
We're selecting all. Okay, go next.
Do that.
Separating by loose. Going back to object mode. And setting the active object to the index of 0. So why are we not separating by loose parts? That's interesting. That's funny because mine's working. So what do we do different? Okay, separate by loose parts. Let's go to edit mode. I'm gonna move these all back to default for the operator context.
Back to default?
Yeah, I mean that wasn't the issue. The issue was we had the wrong deselect operator. I wonder if this run operator needs to be redone. Um, where did you get this one from? This deselect all.
Um,
If you didn't get it from edit mode, it's probably going to be throwing an error.
no, we have added from the object mode, I think.
Okay.
No.
I
Hmm.
wonder. Let me just try going around this. Add mirror plane, bring it out. You don't even need that deselect all. You can get rid of this.
Select all. Go away. Yeah. Okay. No.
Are you getting anything in your console?
Uh, oblige modifier. It's called. Uh, and
And that's so weird. It's almost like it didn't copy that um, separate by loose. You have it doing separate by loose on the type or the run operator.
loose.
Separate by loose. Dang. Let's go look at maybe we can look at the compiled code. So we're looking for this function here, separate by loose parts function. You can go to our scripting
Yeah.
workspace. Um, you have a Serpens code log. Yeah, you have Serpens
No.
error. So go back to your visual scripting workspace. And on the end
Yeah.
panel down in the settings, there's one that says keep code file. It'll be right next
Keep
to generated code.
code files. Yeah.
Keep code file. And
Yeah.
then just add any node to your graph. Doesn't matter what node you add, just add it and then delete it. And save your blend file, just so we don't lose any work we've done already.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can go back to your scripting workspace and you should be able to see your code log.
Yeah.
We should be able to search for that function. So I always just come back to my node graph and I copy my function name to separate by loose parts. And I just come into my Serpens code log and there's a find and replace. You can do Control T.
Oh yeah. Control F. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And then just search for that function. You'll have to get it won't find anything. You'll have to remove the spaces and replace with underscores.
You have to do what? Ah, okay. Yeah. With underscores.
Yeah, Serpens will convert spaces to underscores for functions.
Okay. Okay.
And we're looking for the function definition. Mine's on line 252. You just do find next now.
Okay.
You have to get rid of the space after by.
Okay. Good. 167.
So that's calling the function. Go to the next one. This is the function definition. So I've got bpy ops object mode set mode to edit.
I have invoke default mode edit.
Okay. I have bpipe ops mesh separate,
Yes, loops.
invoke default
Then
type equals loose.
and then an object.
Yep, set to object.
Yeah. View
Add
layer
active
object
objects.
selected.
By context view layer selected set state true. That
I
matches.
have it open here.
I think yours looks pretty close to mine, man.
Yes.
I don't see anything crazy going on with it. I would say let's try to repaste this one in. It should just work. Type equals loose. Object mode set to edit. Mode object. Are you? Let's go look at. Um, go look at the find next, where you're actually running your function.
No.
Do wrap.
So
Make sure you select wrap on your find settings here on the end panel.
okay, wrap. Okay.
That will wrap back to the beginning.
Okay.
And then you're doing remove or apply mirror modifiers first, then remove mirror plane, and then
Plane
separate by loose
inside.
parts.
Yeah.
Okay, so those look to be in order. Let's try it. Let's try re-adding this operator in. I don't know why that would change anything. Let's go to edit mode. I'm going to select everything and then under mesh, separate. So go to mesh and separate. And then by loose parts,
Yeah.
hit that operator, paste it in as a run operator.
Okay.
Type on, set it to loose.
This one. Let's see. No. Then.
So let's abstract this problem. We're going to simplify. Let's just try running that operator all by itself. So let's add another button on our UI. So I'm going to go up to my panel and I'm going to do Shift V and just paste in that as a button. Separate by loose parts. And then you want to save. And I think this only works in edit mode, but we can try it in object mode. Go to edit mode and actually duplicate stuff. Oh, it doesn't need edit mode.
No.
Mine will actually do it in object mode. Can you separate those two if you click that button? If you on the
Oh,
panel.
yeah, yes.
Okay, change the type to loose on the button.
Mm,
You can turn this type icon on,
yes, okay.
and then just go into edit mode and duplicate that mesh a few times. Now go back to object mode. Click that button.
Yeah, it works.
Well, we don't even need to toggle modes then if that operator works like that.
Yeah,
So let's just I'm gonna get rid of this button because we know the button works by itself. Back to my function. We have that function at. Get rid of my mode toggle. Get rid of my mode toggle. Yeah, I just got rid of toggling the modes period. Let's just try doing that. Just do it by itself. Let's see if it separates by loose parts.
okay.
Did it separate them or no?
Then we don't have the button. Hmm.
Get rid of your objects and let's start with one that's fresh, just so we don't have so many.
I don't have the button.
Um, you have the apply button, right? The apply button should have worked.
Yeah, yeah, that works, but I don't have, it doesn't separate. Hmm.
Hmm.
Maybe the function is not
Change the name on
strange.
that. Save and then change the name on that function.
Okay, try again. No.
Where are we calling that? Go to your operator. Yeah, go there, and then look at your operator. Not the cancel, but we want the apply.
Cancel.
Oh, did you put it on the cancel operator?
Let's see. Damn, yeah.
Okay. We had it in the code. We just had it on the wrong operator. Okay. We want to put that function on the apply. That's all right. That was a good troubleshooting session. I
Oh
was
my
like,
god.
wait, why is
Oh
this
my
not working?
god. On the apply. Oh my god.
That's okay. That's why we troubleshoot.
On the apply.
You
Yeah.
want to you want to do it on the operator. Yep. Okay. Now let's try this again.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, man.
Oh, that's okay. Part of this process is
Good.
troubleshooting.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just for the viewers, instead of having
Yeah.
everything on the apply operator, there was this run interface function, and it was tied to the cancel operator instead.
Yeah.
So we just moved that run function from here back over to here. So we need to reconnect in the separate by loose parts into the set properties on the function. So after separate by loose parts, just make sure you connect into set property to do your selections. Oh, you already did. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
So the operator should
It
now be
worked.
working as
Yeah.
intended.
Yeah. That's good. It's working. Let's check again. Select. Yeah.
Cool. Now, the only other thing
Nice.
we need to do is set our origins, right? Because we have the origin of this
Yeah. Yeah.
object.
Hmm.
It's like way off in Timbuktu. So um before we deselect our objects, we can go into that for loop and run that operator. So that's going to be under object and where's origin at? Apply. Oh, origins is in here somewhere. Where the heck is origin? Oh, set origin. Here we go. Object set origin. And we want origin to geometry.
Yeah.
So do get Serpens operator. I think um we'll just paste this operator in to see what it has available for options. Okay, so this is gonna be doing it on
It goes back to object mode.
yeah, so set origin needs to be set to geometry origin
Hmm.
and center to median on the operator, but this only runs on the active object. So
Okay.
the active object origin is gonna be the one
Yeah.
that already has its origin set. So we don't need to worry about that
Hmm.
one. We just need to worry about the other object.
The copied one.
Yeah. So in order to do that, we're gonna have to oh geez. I have to do a little bit of select setting for the active object back and forth. So let's see. We need to move right after the separate by loose parts. That's where we're going to do this origin setting. I'm going to move all this stuff to the right. And I want to, I can copy this set property, this set of 3 nodes here, where I'm getting objects,
Yeah.
indexing the
Mhm.
object, and then setting the property. I'm going to duplicate that and shift it left. And then instead of the index of 0, I'm going to do index of 1. And this is going to be the very leftmost thing. And then we're going to do run the operator. And then it will index select the other object as the active object, and that should work. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we index to set the active object as our second object. We set its median or geometry to origin, and then we set the first object as the active object and deselect the second object. A couple ways to do that, but this is good enough.
Mm. It moves it to the first. It moves the mirrored object.
Oh, let me see this. Add mirror plane. Why? Oh, geez. Yeah, we don't want that.
No.
Oh, do we need to apply location? Maybe we just need to apply the location. No, that's not it. Set origin to geometry. Did that guy move? What's the, we'll go to your script real quick. Let's take a look at your script.
Yeah.
See what you're doing to set that operator. Apply origin set, bpi ops object origin set, center equals median.
Select.
That looks to be the same operator we're using.
Yeah.
Oh, I did geometry origin. We want to do origin geometry, I think. Ha! Yeah, we did the wrong one. we did the geometry over to the origin. That's why it moved. Okay. So we just want the origin to the geometry.
Yeah. That works.
I think that will be fly. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it works.
Cool. I think we got it, man.
Yeah.
So all of the
Great
we
job.
replaced. So let's see. This is just out of my curiosity. So we had Serpens do this for us.
Mm-hmm. So what's the difference with the Python?
We did 288 lines with the Serpens way. Let's see if there was an improvement at all.
Yeah, I have a lot more.
Well, you've got comments and stuff, so it's probably not a fair comparison. Yeah. But we did go from most of the functionality from 522 lines into to Blender's version, which is 288.
288.
And this isn't the extracted compiled add-on that you would send off to somebody. We can do that real quick just to test. Yeah. Let's say we really like this add-on and we're done with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to save my blend file. Now's a really good time to save now that we have it working. I'm going to move my last operator and its function. Let's move those down. And on the Serpens end panel, I'll wait for you to move your stuff. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead and sort your graph.
I will take some time.
Yeah, a little bit of cleanup work is always nice for a node graph.
Save it and then save as Addon, or
so we'll go to our end panel on Serpens, and on the add-on section, there's a save add-on button. Yeah, go ahead and name your add-on. Give your author the name, and then just give a brief description. Add a better mirror mod. And then you can click on Save Add-on and export it. It will export to the same place as the blend file where it's saved. Oh yeah, go ahead and save your name. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm skipping ahead.
And then save add-on.
Save add-on, and then it will place it wherever the blend file is stored. And you just click on Export Add-on.
Export.
And if it worked, you'll get this pop-up.
Yeah, it was very quick.
It's really quick. If you don't move your mouse, you can save the add-on again, actually. Yeah. It's not going to hurt anything. So export add-on.
Okay, yeah, I moved my mouse too quick. Yeah.
And this is for if you want to share with the community, like the Serpens
Mm-hmm.
community in Discord. You can do direct upload, and you have two steps that you have to do. If you want to upload the blend file, you can, and then you have to
Mm-hmm.
copy this button. You would click to copy, and then this Discord button will open up Discord, and you can go on the
Okay.
Serpens Discord, the marketplace page.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
so if I go to my Discord here, you bring my Discord page up. Serpens. Let me hide users real quick. If I were to go to the marketplace, you'd come in here and start typing to the build bot. You
Yeah.
can type anything you want, and build bot will come in.
And ask what you want to do. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So ask if you want to upload, and I think you can say cancel at any time, or he'll go away if you don't want to do it. But you would do so. If I wanted to upload the add-on, I would say upload,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
then I would do A for add-on, and you want to upload an add-on. So send me a message of the thing you copied in Serpens. So that would
Mm-hmm.
be the message that I had here when I save my add-on. So I do export
Yeah.
add-on,
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and on step 2, I would click the copy,
Mm-hmm.
and then I would come back here and paste that thing in, and then hit enter, and then he would ask a couple more questions from the build bot, and then he would upload it to the marketplace. And that marketplace is in the Serpens tab here. If I click on marketplace and add-ons, it would
Mm-hmm.
show up in the marketplace when I was done.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So just FYI, that's how you would go about doing that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to upload your add-on, but if you want to do that, you can totally do that.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
want.
I'll finish it first, and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Cool.
I left off one thing to do. Your add-on, you had the ability to.
Clipping and the name of the plane. Yeah.
Yep. You can bring in the name of the plane, and change it
Yeah.
on the fly. The problem with
Yeah.
that is you'll have to do something about your portals because right now
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
they're all referencing 1 point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you only have 1 point you really need to change.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of improvements you can do to your graph, and I wish I had done this in the beginning, but it's not that big of a thing. Um, you can technically replace your functions and portal calls. So anywhere where your
Mm-hmm.
function is using a portal, you can throw an
Mm-hmm.
input parameter instead. So put an input
Okay. Yeah.
parameter in for everywhere that you're asking for a portal. You would do the same
Okay. Yeah.
thing from the operator. You'd make an operator property and then
Yeah.
feed that operator property into your run function inputs.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then on your button, you could feed in the thing you want to the operator from the button, um, to make it a little bit more dynamic. So you could
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
much duplicate this code, for the Y mirror and for the Z mirror plane.
Mm-hmm.
That would take more work. This is just
Yeah.
like the basic version. Like I have
Yeah.
this working, it works great. Or you could
Mm-hmm.
literally like this whole graph is pretty much made for one axis. So
Yeah.
you could roughly build this graph again for the next axis and build a graph again
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
next axis. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's lots of ways
So
to
I
do
have.
it.
Yeah. So I have separate panels.
Yep, yeah. So you could do a
Yeah.
whole new
Mm-hmm.
graph basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just come up here, node trees, and do the next graph. Add Z mirror plane.
Yeah.
Now, copying and pasting between graphs, like all your buttons are going to reference the original function when they were duplicated. But
Yeah. Okay.
your
Yeah.
functions will all update to a new name, so you can't just
Mm-hmm.
copy this whole graph and paste it without coming in and
Uh-huh.
updating some stuff.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this is a cool add-on. I really like what you've done with this. Makes it easy for a user to.
Yeah. Because otherwise you have to push buttons. Oh no, it's not that one, and it's directed by plane, not by origin. So. and just uses the plane.
Yeah, I think it works nice.
And I have the other axes, the other the Y, the X and the Z in other colors. So I've also made a button that you can change the color of the plane. So for the Y I have green, and then for the X I have the red, and for the Z I have the blue one. But you can change it whatever you want. So
Yeah.
so to
So I'm
make
gonna
it
leave.
okay, that yeah.
I'm gonna leave those things for you to do, kind of like his homework, based upon what we've learned today,
Yeah.
and see if you can figure out being able to add in the clipping stuff. That shouldn't be too
Mhm.
bad. And
Yeah.
adding the colors, you're gonna have to do your own
Yeah.
operator for that.
Yeah.
But once you have the material on your plane, that part's super easy. You just come in and reference the material. So add in my new
Yes.
material, and you come in and look at it, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And some things are maybe I throw in a script or something, a line or something.
Yep. Yeah, you'll do. You can always do scripts in line with Serpens. So if you had a script that you wanted to run, it's
Mhm.
super easy to do. You would just bring in and you can even have these scripts external. So I
Yeah.
would come into my Python, and there's a run
Hmm.
script node.
Yeah.
You would just, if you set it to external, you need to find the file that you're trying to run. And then
Yeah.
the Blender ones are all internal, so I could run my blanchsb script. Um, the only thing that's unique about these is if you're defining functions, like you're setting them
Hmm.
up with a function def, you
Yeah.
need to use you need to separate that script from the actual execution of your functions. So
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
you'd have one run script for defining, one run script for executing stuff. And the
Yes.
defining stuff would happen. There's a special node for that in the Python called the script node.
Hmm.
This gets called to build up all the class definitions. You do all that stuff here,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
and you do your register and unregister for your classes inside of your
Hmm.
script, and then Serpens will go and place it where it's supposed to.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Uh,
and then
but for this add-on, it's just a few lines, like a color or name or something, and it's not very big. It's
yeah, if it's just a few lines, you can use run script.
mhm.
If it's a single
Yeah.
line, there is a script line node, and
Line. Yeah. Hmm.
you can literally just paste like the one line item here and then run it.
Hmm. Yeah.
So hopefully that
Nice.
makes sense. But I think we did a great
Yeah.
job today, and
Yeah. Yeah. Very useful. Very yeah. I learned a lot. So
this is a good little beginner exercise for somebody who's really
mhm.
wanting to get into the Serpens workspace,
Yeah.
um, and converting their Python code over. I thought this was a pretty
Yeah.
cool idea.
Yeah.
Most
Cool.
people are trying to do it the other way around, but
Yeah. Yeah.
learning Serpens and converting somebody else's Python code. Maybe you're looking at somebody else's code, and you're like, okay, I
Hmm.
want to get that into my graph. How do I do that? This video
Yeah.
would totally apply for that.
Yeah.
So cool, man. Well, I'm gonna say goodbye to all the YouTubers, and we'll hang around and chat just for a minute. But for
Yeah.
everybody else
Okay.
that's watching, if you made it this far, congratulations. You now have hopefully made an add-on, and we'll catch you on the next stream, and we'll see you all then.